seeing straight couples kiss in public. I hate seeing them hold hands in the street. I hate that they're in every movie and advert and TV show on repeat. I hate watching them feed each other at restaurants, sitting on each other's laps when they have their own seats. I hate when he rubs her back under her top and helps get food out her teeth. I hate when she runs her hands through his hair as he gently rubs her sore feet. I hate when they just gyrate on one another and don't even try to be discreet. I hate when they just sit and stare at each other in silence when they both got mouths to speak. And I hate the cringe terms of endearment they tell each other when they meet that they desperately want the whole world to hear. But what I hate most, I hate that they can do all of this without any prejudice or fear. They don't have to check their surroundings beforehand to sense if any danger is near. They don't feel threatened for their life or have to think twice. And I reckon for once, you know what, that might be quite nice. To not have to whisper my affections. To not have to stifle my humanity. To not resist my emotions and hold back romantically. To not worry the sweetest moments could quickly turn savoury. To actually live in the moment and not have it taken away from me, and to not have it all be such an act of rebellion or bravery. Like, why does it have to be different for anyone other than a woman and a man? Why do we have to suffer for your need to fear what you refuse to understand? You keep us at arm's length, we both show love by holding hands. You bad-mouth us, but we both show passion with a kiss. You want us to get lost, but we all want someone to miss. You want us out of sight, but we both look at the same skies, stare at the same sunset and admire the same sunrise, let me guess. Your eyes water when you cry, because mine do too. I didn't choose you to love, and that's the biggest similarity between me and you. I just can't show it freely, and that's the one thing I hate about you. Why does the barber always swing my chair to face the window when an attractive girl walks by? I don't tell him I'd rather be looking at another guy because he's got scissors in his hands. And that poor girl knows she's getting stared at by another man who just wants to hold her hand and tell her his partner is another man. And why does that same girl start to panic? When she's crossing the road and looks behind to see me crossing at the same time, I swear I didn't mean to plan it. She crosses back as I accidentally do the same. I don't know what to say to her, this is no game, so I just shout that I'm gay and I'm not a threat, but she's heard that on before. So as she starts to run, her mind races with the men she's trying to forget, and I keep my feet firmly glued to the floor. And why does that same girl have to pretend I'm my boyfriend in public every time a guy keeps hassling her for attention? She's told him multiple times she's not interested. She grips my arm tighter and shows me more affection just to throw him off the scent. I hold her tight and conjure up a story of how long we've been together just in case he further questions what she meant. We hold hands and walk further away as he goes back to tell his group of friends that she's definitely frigid and I'm probably bent. And why does that same girl have to go out with their gay mates on play dates just so she can dance how she wants and knows her drink's safe? You can call it a stereotype. If the shoe fits, I'll wear it tight if it means she could have a good night and get home all right. Then I realise we're there for the same reason. We have a common enemy no matter the season that knows full well that we know. It puffs out its chest and throws intimidating stares everywhere that we go. It cordons off our lives and ring fences our homes. When we're in a world they created, there's no such thing as safe zones. If the streets are your playground, then you'll always feel at home. You can be blissfully unaware and always think you're playing fair. If you've never had to think twice about how dark it is, what route you take, whose hand you hold and what you wear, then why would you care about how others are feeling? It might not be all men, but it's still going to be a man, whatever you believe in.
When the week dies off, we will still be. Will you still be? Ain't playing no more, pressing play on my shit. No love just because, say, that's for your bitch. Feeling good, want my people to feel this, but they don't move in faith. God says atheist, sliding on this bitch. Slide like cha-cha. Right now I'm somewhat ducked off, aligning my chakras. I done met calm, but somebody better warn her. Got Christmas Glocks and good women praying for my armor. I ain't worried out here big purring. My life make your vision blurry. Cats, demons off in a hurry. got your vice lurking. Cut the locks off, got the crossroads burning. Solitude helps to strengthen my discernment. Until you find your center, you ain't learned shit. You know your time more expensive than a Birkin. When the week dies off, we'll still be here. Will you still be here? Flashy type, fell in love with the milestone. Plenty shots called, got addicted to the dial tone. Trying to get ahead, something like honcho. Niggas got all the bread, then you find out the mind post. Spitting crazy, think I OD'd on lines hold. They'll think I'm the best if they listen with their eyes closed. But they like big behind hoes. Get it, get it, get it, big behind hoes. I'm fine though, really like right after the 9. Niggas inboxing ready to do anything for mine. Most never had a real one in their lives. Most never had a bitch high vibe.
For the team, took a bullet for the dream that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I'm still live through technology. After the sun, then comes the rain. And after the storm, the sun will start shining. Blessings of pain, and tears of pain, and tears of pain. Just be patient. Your destiny will manifest. Yes, photosynthesis.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's your dude, BubzDaGawd, here with yet another live for you all. I'm going to be visual. Give me 1 second, y'all, because, baby, the way that this edible just hit my damn spirit and soul. One thing that I'm reminding myself of, and I'm realizing, is that where we are in this situation, I'm trying to talk to the people that can get it. I'm trying to talk to the people that are willing to understand. I am trying to talk to the people who are willing to go through the fear, through the ignorance, through the quote unquote confusion. I mean, really go through it and learn from each other. I'm trying to talk to those people, those individuals. A part of me is grateful that we are living in an era where everyone has microphones, because I want to hear what the hell the people are really saying. And when you actually take the time to listen to what people are saying and also what they're doing, you start realizing patterns, y'all. And I'll be trying my best to find ways to simplify this or to explain it to the best of my abilities. I kind of like already over-explained anyway. But it's like, no shade. People are going to also have to eventually raise their motherfucking vibrations. Some people are going to have to do their own work. And the part that's beautiful, but it's upsetting at the same time, is that we're living in what is known as the information age, which means there is no reason for anyone to be ignorant. And if you are ignorant, you are making a choice to be ignorant. baby, I'm already trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this damn live, because I know we're gonna be here for a minute. We're gonna be here for a minute because there's a lot of information here to extrapolate. There is a lot. And again, let me start off by saying, Amir, let me come on camera for this part. What's going on? Amir, I don't know you in real life, pimping. I can't judge your personal character because I don't know you. Right? I'm not trying to cause no ill will or ill intent or, harm to you at all. But your talking points and how you try to express yourself, as far as those talking points, there is a lot of contradictions there. And the problem is that there are people that champion you who, when you have those moments where you do be kind of clocking a little bit of the contradictions, you don't fully go into it, because if you do, you're going to lose that audience. And now you're in a place where this public persona has you like stuck, like really deep off, really deep off in it now. Because we're seeing a lot of conservative people regret their choices, their votes. Because now it's accountability time. And of course, whenever it's accountability time, people don't want to be held accountable. No shade. Nobody likes being wrong. Nobody likes being wrong. Nobody likes being called out. I understand that. That's why self-love is important, because when you start loving yourself, you start calling yourself out on your own shit. You don't really need help because you got it. You're sweeping your own front porch. You're sweeping your own back porch. You're sweeping the dust and all the shit out of the kitchen door, outside somewhere. And because there's so much information here, I'm going to be bouncing all around. I'm going to need for y'all to stick with me. It's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, girl. When they start fighting and shit, girl, you can't blink. Because if you blink, you going to miss the action. And we're at that point right now that you got to actively pay attention. How that song go? If you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere. Oh, that was off. If you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. Pay attention. This is the time to pay attention. And, oh Lord, I really be trying my best, y'all. I really be trying my best. Y'all don't really understand. Y'all don't really understand. And just like how everybody else doing their lives, girl, I'm going to talk about some shit before we get into the live. I'm going to give y'all content, baby. I'm going to give y'all hours worth of content because I got personal shit going on that's opening up doors for better opportunities for me. No shade, that I'm grateful for, that I've prayed for, manifested, did all type of energy work for. I'm about to take that shit by the balls. Okay. And I'm going to go with it. But since I got y'all here, I'm going to give y'all content. No shade. And for the people that disagree, for the people that feel some type of way, for the people that feel triggered by my commentary, I don't want to push y'all away. I'm not trying to push y'all away. I want y'all to engage. I don't want no echo chamber. There is really no growth in echo chamber as far as objective growth. Now, as far as sparring and stuff, or iron sharpening iron in a sense, to kind of maintain certain things, that's cool. But in order to objectively grow in this human experience, I have to talk to other people and connect with other people. And I'm really tired of y'all like trying to have these conversations with people who really don't know what they're talking about or cannot express that, but y'all never want to have these conversations with individuals like myself, Conscious TV, Reckless Logic, Queen Stevie, Style by Stevie, Deshaun, Hope Giselle, Angelica Ross, Dominique Morgan, T.S. Madison. You don't want to have conversations with these type of people, because again, you're gonna have to really do your homework. And because queer people and oppressed groups of people are seen as the dredges of society, they are the scapegoats of society, which means that, baby, it don't matter what you got going on, as long as you ain't these people, you good. And as a queer person who experienced what we're about to go through now when I was a child, baby, I'm letting y'all know right now, at least for BubzDaGawd, it's not going to be like how it was back in the day. Oh, I'm scared. Stop, baby. I hope you is ready. Because I understand how dangerous this shit can get. Because I take the time to research. Now, do I do probably too much research? Yeah. I overthink. And I learn to transmute that into something else. And again, other avenues are happening in my life. The fact that I can bounce around with my thoughts and ideas, baby, yes. But shout out to the people who actually follow the nuggets of wisdom, baby. Because sometimes you can't really say the truth completely out loud, because apparently the truth offends a lot of people. And that's on all sides of the fence. That's on all sides of the street. That's on both the left and the right, the black and the white, the gay, the straight, the gender, cisgender, transgender, non-binary. Doesn't matter. If you are a human being, baby, you're not exempt from this experience. Different? You're not. And because Amir Odom has a huge platform, has almost 1 million subscribers, because his videos gets hundreds of thousands of views, except for the video that we're going to review tonight, which is his video about Supreme Court and conversion therapy, and kind of gagging. That video was 2 weeks ago, and I know I can't talk about views. I know I can't talk about views. You know what I'm saying? My channel was growing, but of course I didn't have Turning Point USA, PragerU, Republicans, Red Pill Spaces, anti-woke, anti-black, anti-queer, anti-anything but white, male, and Jesus. Okay, good. Let me stop. Because we're going to get into the live. But before we do, y'all know we got to be smart about this. Boom. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Okay? Fair use is permitted. Girl, I fucked up. Damn. I thought I had it, y'all. Cause I'm gonna say this shit right, cause y'all ain't finna get me. Cause baby, if y'all, baby, y'all would just be practicing. Baby. Where was he at? Where was he at? What? Sound like Andrew Caldwell. That's all, folks. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. Okay, we got Joseph Washington. God bless everyone here. Okay, awesome. Again, I want y'all to come in and share y'all thoughts, whether y'all agree or disagree. But one thing that we're going to deal with is what is known as objective truth. And when I mean objective truth, I'm talking about like how death is going to affect everybody in life. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, doesn't matter if you're atheist, doesn't matter if you're a Satanist, doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, bi, black, white, Asian, Latino, American, Guatemalan girl, Argentinian girl, Scandinavian. Doesn't matter what you are or who you are. If you are a human being, regardless of what you believe, regardless of what you think, regardless of your perspective, I'm talking about that objective truth that everybody's going to have to face. That's what I'm operating in right now. Because there is insurmountable amount of evidence that literally proves, again, in an overwhelming way, how dangerous conversion therapy is. But Amir, I will give you this. And again, this commentary is for the public persona known as Amir Odom. Not him personally, because I don't know Pimpin personally. I don't know him personally. Okay? But to the Republican, far right-leaning, anti-woke, anti-Black Lives Matter, and, you know, LGB versus TQI, you're clever. You're clever. Not smart, because there's definitely some ignorance there. And I mean ignorance as far as you don't know. You simply just don't know. You don't have the information. Another part of you, like I said, when we looked at your coming out story and you gave us, or shall I say, honored us with the privilege of learning about your backstory, a little bit of your backstory. And again, for those of you that want to learn more about my backstory, I have a mini docu-series on my channel called Wonderfully Made, where I talk about my experience growing up in a religious household in a queer-phobic ass world, girl, to where it almost drove me to want to take my own damn life, and almost succeeded if it wasn't for the intervention, again, of love, or what I call Christ consciousness. Again, that unconditional love. Not the conditional love that says, oh, in order for you to be this, you have to do this. No, I'm talking about that loves you already, always. No matter what. Beginning to the end. Window to the wall. To the sweat drop down. Pedal to the metal. Down like flat tires on a Honda Civic. Do you get what I'm saying? That type of love that I experienced, and that has allowed me to be here today. And no shade, the stuff that I do on YouTube, I low-key do this in real life. Now, I want to grow in my expression of that, but I have conversations with people every day about their life. I mean, their lives, experiences and lives, what they got going on, and helping to, you know, help, girl. What? This edible is good, girl. Andrew Caldwell coming through, girl. I sit here and I try to help them with their life experiences. I also learn from these individuals to enhance my own life experience. So I'm always having these conversations, always. So I'm pretty good at it. Even though I have my quirks and my qualms, girl, it just makes me uniquely BubzDaGawd, bitch. It makes me memorable. I know that I'm gonna stutter. I know I'm gonna be sounding like Quan and Choo Choo's motherfucking uncle, bitch, in his prime when he had the hair. Okay? Shout out to them, because they funny. But again, I'm dealing with the objective reality. And there's so much overwhelming amount of harm that conversion therapy has done and unfortunately is going to do. And there's going to be some points that he's going to make, again, about conversion therapy, stating that gender affirming care is a form of conversion therapy. So he's trying to like throw this Uno reverse card out as if though it's going to work. And we're going to break that down tonight. Okay, again, this is going to be a quite lengthy live, so make sure y'all go ahead, hit that like button if you haven't already, baby. You might have to come back in, so this may be a replay game, part 1, 2, 3, 4 for some of y'all watching. That's cool. As long as you get through my content, I don't care how long it takes for you to get through it. As long as you watch it, that's all I care about. And share your thoughts. I'm going to gain experience doing this. I'm going to manifest opportunities doing this to actually not just enhance my life, but enhance the lives of other people as well. In a positive way that contributes to humanity. So I know that I'm going to be okay. That's one thing that I'm realizing and reminding myself of. Right? I'm doing this to also help other people in reference to what community actually looks like. how we are wasting our time having conversations on things that are not harming anyone while we actively deny what is happening to us in our faces. And I don't know if it's the fact that there's so much overwhelming amount of information there that it's like, damn, it's too much to take in. But you're going to need help with that because you still need to receive that. That's why empathy is important. That's why love and self-love is important. All these things that are being labeled as evil or or woke or progressive. And if we don't get our shit together, baby, all this shit is going to come right back around on our asses. But anyway, let me shut up. I wasn't expecting that intro to be that long. But let's go ahead and get into the video. What I'm also going to be doing is I'm going to pause because I have to give commentary. So again, this live is going to be pretty long. We're going to be here for a hot little minute. But I also have a PowerPoint like slideshow presentation that I kind of want to do as well because I'm gonna break this down. So for the people that actually want to learn, shout out to y'all because y'all the ones, if the shit pop the fuck off, are going to survive. The rest of these hoes is going to be up and unfortunately stuck. So for those of you that want to learn and no shade, want to low key put me on to some information and knowledge that you're privy to, that you believe that can help me, go ahead and share that with me. That's what I want. And shout out to those who are going to do that. Smoke to the rest of you niggas, girl, because some of y'all niggas need this smoke. But most importantly, my objective and my goal is to connect with other people who are like-minded in reference to humanity. You're going to think differently than me. You're going to worship differently than me. You're going to believe different things than me. You're not going to be exactly like me, and that's the beautiful part of it. That even when we have our differences, we can still come together and respect each other and not try to limit each other. Because as long as I'm a human being, bitch, I have the capacity to do all things. Just like every human being has the capacity to do all things. And the problem is, it's a bunch of individuals in positions of power, girl, that are so insecure, so messed up, so jaded, so jealous. Okay? And held up in that bullshit. That they project that onto other people, especially those who are making the choice to live despite what society has forced other people to believe, and no shade, has unalived other people because of what they believed. Now, before we get into Amir Odom, I want to share this little clip with you. I'm going to shut the hell up, and then, I'll give my commentary after that. Let me change my background music. What do I want to put on? We can do this one. We can do this one, y'all. Make sure I hit that like button. Anyway, let's get in. Well, let me remove this one, actually, so I don't mess up. Here we go. Let's get in.
So you said you experimented with men. Are you a homosexual?
I'm bisexual, yeah.
Bisexual? So do you think that Jesus is okay with you being bisexual?
Yeah, my Jesus believes in always bettering yourself, or he's always all forgiving. But I feel like you can be whoever you want. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, God doesn't like homosexuality, because God also tells you to love your neighbor.
Yeah.
And if your neighbor's gay, you're not gonna sit here and hate him.
So I'm a Christian, right? I'm a Christian. I gave my life to Christ in February of 2021, right? I was living a homosexual lifestyle, living a lifestyle that was just completely against the word of God. And the word of God is against you living a bisexual lifestyle. Don't you realize that those who do wrong will not inherit the kingdom of God? Don't fool yourselves. Those who indulge in sexual sin, or who worship idols, or commit adultery, or are male prostitutes, or practice homosexuality, or are thieves, or greedy people, or drunkards, or are abusers, or cheat people, none of these will inherit the kingdom of God, meaning they're going to hell if they continue to practice these things, right? But verse 11, some of you were once like that, but you were cleansed, you were made holy, you were made right with God, by calling on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God. So even the Bible shows that there were people who once used to live that lifestyle, but they were washed by the blood of the Lamb. Jesus changed their lives. So if he changed your life, he changed my life, he can change yours too. You would say Jesus is your Lord, right?
Yeah.
Can I tell you the truth, bro? You say you love Jesus. You say that Jesus is your Lord, but you're living in ways that go against Jesus. Just because you have those same-sex attractions, which is a real thing, does not mean you have to come in agreement with it and say, I'm gay or I'm bisexual. You know what I'm saying? Because the world will say, if you have these attractions, that you need to come in agreement with it. You gotta get right with the Lord, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, I know that for a fact. My mom tells me that all the time.
You gotta get right with the Lord, bro. That's my message to you, bro. Like, you gotta get right with the Lord, and you can do that right now, bro. You want to commit your life to Jesus, like for real, bro? Come on. You know, the Bible says in Romans 10, if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, you shall be saved. So you don't come to Jesus.
I'm sorry. I had to pause. I wanted him to rock out. I just want to say this real quick. And I do mean real quick. He just told this man that the way that you're living, you say you're a Christian, you say you love Jesus, but in the ways of your actions and the fact that you have not decided to make Jesus my choice, because you haven't done that, you are living against God, but yet gives him a scripture that says that if you believe with your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, you are saved. So you literally just contradicted what you used against him. And see, I understand when a lot of Christian people hear people like myself speak like this, they've already been trained. Everything that he kind of gave was like theatrical and performative. And I know that because, again, I used to, just like when they talk about the ex-gay, I used to be in organized religion. I know what it's like to perform. Especially when you've been conditioned to believe that your soul salvation is on the line and you're, quote unquote, at that time in my ignorance, was struck with the homosexual disease or demon, and then having to deal with that as a young child with no representation around. That was healthy. We're gonna get into it tonight, but I kind of want him to continue to rock out. And again, for those of you that do not agree, I want you to share your thoughts. No shade. I'm here to have a conversation. There are people that I talk to and that I submit to, girl, as far as my personal growth. There's nobody on here that's going to be able to help me with that, except for the people that I'm connected with. No shade. So I'm okay with you sharing your perspective, but again, you cannot judge people based off of their own. You can judge people, no shade, based off of their personal relationship according to what you believe, but you can't prove that. Because again, what Rashad Vermay just did was use a scripture to demonize him, or to have him suppress a part of his sexuality that he don't even really understand. That's why it's called exploring for a reason, to figure it out. And then turn around and use a scripture to then say that the only way that you can be saved is by doing it this way, where it talks about basically, again, believing and confessing. And that's all you need to do. So if that's all I need to do, then I'm good, right?
Saying, man, I'm clean now, Jesus. I clean myself. You can't clean yourself in your own strength, bro. You need Jesus. You come to Jesus as you are. He does the cleaning. He does the fixing. You don't got to have it all together right now. You come up to him. You believe in him by faith. You shall be saved. So say this prayer with me. Say, Lord Jesus, I believe that you died and rose again. Father, I give my life to you. Today, I repent of my sins. I turn away from my wicked ways, and I choose to follow you. Today, I commit my life to you. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Yeah, bro, you're saved now, bro.
Now, I wanted to start off with that clip because I feel like that's very important, because we're talking about conversion therapy. Right? That's what this live is going to be about. This is what Amir's video, again, 50K views instead of getting hundreds of thousands of views, because now this actually brings some sort of accountability, which I can understand why the views are low, because your audience ain't trying to hear that shit. They want you to do your job, and that is to criminalize these, to create talking points and be used as a shield against queer people that they also lump you into as well. But I wanted to show that because that right there is the form of quote unquote conversion therapy that they want to start doing. You know, like coming to your house and knocking and asking you, do you want to do this or you want to do that, and not leaving you alone. How many people be hiding on the floor, girl? Don't move, don't say nothing, be quiet, as they outside knocking on the door. Y'all can't even handle the word no. But I also believe that this right here is, no shade, low key, a warning to gay people. A clarion call to the gays who are scared and afraid. Because Amir is going to sit up here and also sit and downplay the fears and concerns of queer people who've been through some shit like Amir. And then sit up here and say, well, y'all over here and y'all traumatized and y'all haven't healed, even though the society around us is not making the choice to heal with us. And now we're dealing and living in an administration that is more organized, religion-led, not Christ-led, not led through love, diversity, equity, inclusion, a person's heart, a person's character. Fuck the laws, girl. You are a God. You're just a lowercase one. Y'all not ready for this type of conversation, but queer people were not ready for what the fuck y'all did to us. So for some of us OG gay people, we understand what the hell is coming up, and we trying to put motherfuckers on cold because we know what's finna happen. What Rashad Verme, Jackie Hill Perry, Donnie McClurkin, and other ex-queer people are doing is trying to get all the scared queer people, who again is seeing what's being set up in front of their faces, starting in these small little states, in towns and stuff, that is implementing actual harm to queer people. Now in positions of power to literally have the resources, the connections, and the coin to literally manifest their attack on queer people. And I want to be wrong about this so bad. I do. But there hasn't been one person yet that has not proven me that, Bubs, you need to calm down. You thinking wrong, bro. You have the wrong perspective of it. And objectively show me this. I'm not talking about through some mystical way, because I'm already connected to mystical motherfuckers who really doing mystical shit. I'm talking about objectively speaking, to where you can break it down as if though we're in a courtroom of law, and that no matter where you come from and what you believe, are you capable to be able to judge what's happening in this case based off of the information provided and the testimonies? Are you capable of doing that? Are you capable of not being biased and just following those rules? Okay, if you can, cool. That's what we need to do more of. Because all this other shit and what Rashad Verme is doing is nothing new. Nothing new. And also, Amir, I'm going to kind of have to tug on your nipples a little bit, pimping, no shade, with your commentary. Because as a person who is also a survivor, not of conversion therapy as far as going to talk to a pastor, but as far as a young feminine boy who did not come out until he was 18 years old, but yet when I was younger, they could see the gayness in me, and they proved to me what happens to people like me at a young age. And then having to realize that I have to deal with the religious aspect of it as well. And as a person just like you, who also is a survivor of unaliving ideation, and no shade, an attempt that I'm grateful that I was not successful in, and no shade, I am so grateful that you are still here today. Despite your perspective and belief, I don't want nothing happening to you. But as as an individual like yourself who survived that, some of the things you said in this video kind of had me like dumbfounded. Because it's like, wow, really? Really? But anyway, let me shut the hell up and let's get into it.
So if you like this kind of content, be sure to subscribe, and let's get right into this video, starting off with what happened.
The U.S. Supreme Court just delivered a major ruling that could reshape the fight for LGBTQ rights. And the most surprising part? Liberal justices Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan joined conservative justices for a coalition to form a majority with only one person dissenting on the court. In an 8-1 decision, the Supreme Court ruled against Colorado's ban on conversion therapy, saying that it violated First Amendment rights.
Off the bat, that alone should tell us, like a big clue, that there's more nuance to the story, that there's more happening behind the scenes, there's more to this case than when you're reading the headlines, oh, people are supporting gay conversion therapy this. Let's simmer down. Again, even as someone who's been through this therapy, let's just see what exactly they're referring to in regards to free speech and conversion therapy and what they're actually talking about, because you have liberal justices that sided with the conservative justice on this as well. So clearly, there's more to the story.
And no shade, again, I'm gonna have to pause, so it's gonna be a lengthy live. So if that's not your stilo, I don't know what to tell you, but you're gonna be missing out on one hell of a live if you leave. But again, I'm going to be talking to two versions of Amir. I'm going to be talking to the public version of Amir that's going to kind of get the smoke. But I'm also going to talk to like the little Amir, the one that we saw in his coming out video when he walked in his truth and was advocating and was wearing all type of shirts and stuff. And even though it was cringy for him, he had the opportunity to actually love himself without judgment. Wasn't it freeing to love yourself and to walk in your truth and not have to hide? I want to talk to that little Amir too. But again, the public Amir, you're going to get this smoke pimping, because again, the fact that you're going to sit up here and try to play these mental gymnastics in our fucking faces, baby, we going to see. And we got the Objectivist pot. Okay, cool. Shout out to him. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. Now that he here, I know Shay have my accountability buddy, because no Shay, he'll kind of be the one to be like, hey, yo, Bubs, hold on, pimping. So he was asking me, you gonna do another Amir video? So I'm glad to have you in the building. But I'm just let you know, if you just came in, basically they're talking about the Supreme Court ruling on the Kaylee Childs, I think it's Childs versus, I forgot what the other party was, in reference to therapy, having talk therapy from a religious standpoint, and that be protected by free speech, which the Supreme Court, I believe, ruled in her favor to say that that was free speech, and that there was one dissenter who basically stated that, you know, this is going to cause adverse harm down the road for queer people. And I kind of share that same sentiment, and me and Bossman have had conversations publicly about it, and you know, I ask him all type of questions just to kind of have him check my blind spots. But based on the things that I have seen, my own anecdotal experiences, the anecdotal experiences of other people, and just seeing what's happening in other places in the world that is influenced by Christianity, it's like, baby, if you pay attention the first time, you ain't got to worry about being fucked over the second time around, because you learned. That's the point. You learned from that. So again, Amir, shout out to you giving us this perspective of being quote unquote objective. And again, that little Amir, the one that is objective or kind of more so in the gray area, is going to come out at times, and that is the individual that I really want to have a conversation with. From Lil Bubs to Lil Amir, we can have a conversation and continue to heal the inner children inside. Because baby, the queer children in this world, or in this country, shall I say, in this society, the shit that they're about to experience, especially with this anti-queer shit on the rise, baby, it's going to be crazy. And the gag about it is that it's going to be recorded in 4 and 8K. Shared like wildfire throughout these internet streets. Y'all talking about unaliving ideations and statistics, baby. It's about to skyrocket. And I want y'all to remember that. Anyway, let me shut up. Continue.
Majority opinion written by Justice Neil Gorsuch argued that states cannot ban what people say during therapy sessions even if those viewpoints are controversial. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was a lone dissenter in the case and warned that the ruling could weaken states' ability to regulate medical professionals and protect public health. The case was brought by a Christian therapist who argued that Colorado's 2019 law prohibited her from having certain conversations with minors who sought to realign their sexuality with their religious beliefs.
From a moral side of this conversation, I am against conversion therapy. I'm against this idea. Let me back up. I'm against trying to convert the LGB, the lesbian, the gays, and the bis. I'm against that. It doesn't work. It's just all around a bad experience, and I'm gonna get into my experience later in this video, but it's just bad. Now, this is where I feel like the nuance comes into play, and, you know, just leveling the playing field, because on one end, yes, I'm against conversion therapy for the lesbian, gays, and the bis. I'm also against gender affirming care, because to me, that is conversion therapy. You're converting a straight to a trans when they're really probably just, you know, straight, or they're just gay, whatever they may be. I think this is one of those examples where the LGBTQ plus IALGTV community, this big Skittle Squad, Alphabet Mafia, this umbrella term of LGBTQ community has grown to be so big and an encompassing like umbrella term to where the LGB is being affected by the TQ plus, because now what I feel like everybody was agreeing on, like yeah, it's going down as far as like enrollment and conversion therapy is bad. How can you, the same people arguing, not the same, because I'm against conversion therapy too, but as far as leftists goes and liberals, the same people arguing that conversion therapy is bad is also advocating that gender affirming care is a form of conversion therapy. If we're keeping it a buck, it is what it is. So on one end, how can the state say, yeah, you can affirm a kid's gender and you can convert them from male to female, but you can't attempt to convert their sexuality? It gets really weird and muddy. It does. And that's where I feel like, you know, Pandora's box has been opened up and nothing makes sense and nothing holds value, because of what some people see as care is no longer care. Like what people think gender affirming care is, this is so helpful, this is great. I view it as harmful. There's a lot of people out there that view transgender care for minors, that gender affirming care for minors, like that's actually harmful and that's not real care. So when it comes to like a therapist or a psychologist doing their job, now the water's muddied. That's just how I'm looking at it.
Colorado.
Now, before he continues, that was the part when I first heard it, I kind of like, turned to Scooby-Doo, bitch. What did Scooby Snack say? Girl, I was like, huh? And I had to sit with that for a moment. I'm like, interesting. Conversion therapy that you went through, and he's going to share more of his testimony and why he's against it, which no shade, he should be. He sat there and said, girl, I'm still baffled just thinking about it, that the conversion therapy that he went through was traumatic, horrible, and again, I agree with him on this, so again, shout out to little Amir, because that's who I'm agreeing with. The public one, I don't know about that nigga, but the little activist Amir on the inside, that's who I'm having a conversation with. The fact that he said that when it came down to conversion therapy in his own experience, he is against it because of the harmful effects that it not only happened to him, but happened with other people, but is turning around and saying that gender affirming care is a form of conversion therapy. And because we have done some of our research, there's more research to be done, no shade, but we watched the D-Trans documentary from PragerU that, again, since he is PragerU alumni at this point, alumni, whatever it's called, he ends up using it in his talking point. So I ended up watching it, and from that perspective, as far as the medical and surgical situation, especially for those that have dissented from the trans experience and have detransitioned, which again, no shade, their experiences are also valid because it is expressed and it has been harmful to their mental and emotional, and in some cases spiritual, and in a lot of cases physical health. But what he does not understand. Oh, before we get to that point, as far as the medical and stuff like that, again, I stated, I will agree, and no shade. I'm trying to find the word, y'all, but there's so many thoughts in my head right now that's just coming, especially since I'm gonna hear this for like the third time, where it's like, girl, I'm losing my thought. Damn. Yo, I have so many thoughts when it comes down to this. And I'm trying to, and I looked at the chat. The chat kind of messed me up a little bit because I'm trying to read it to see who's hearing stuff. He said I can get that correlation. And for those of you that are new to BubzDaGawd, I lose my thoughts at times, girl. It just I flow, and then it goes away. That's all right. It's called a commercial break. Y'all go pee or something. You can roll up right now. Get you something to eat. It's about to be almost 2 o'clock in the morning and you doing big back behavior. It's all right. I'm over here smoking on my stuff. According to the other people, I'm a homosexual sinner, girl. Basically from them. But I'm trying to get my thought back. As far as gender affirming care, and from his perspective from D-Trans, as far as the medical aspect, I concede to the point to where he's saying that we should wait until they're older to get to that point. And maybe there can be, or shall I say, I agree that there should be some guardrails to be able to help guide in this situation. But then he offers the solution of social transitioning that he did not mention at all one time in this video. But has yet used that in conversations against other queer people and trans people in reference to the trans experience when it comes down to youth. And we're going to get into more on what the difference between conversion therapy and gender affirming care really is. And since a lot of y'all be basic, and since a lot of y'all like, you know, not doing the most work in a sense, I use the same thing that y'all use. I just ask the question in a different type of way. In a way, when you do higher education, okay, higher levels of academia, girl, you know how to set up questions in order for you to extrapolate the answers. And no shade, I ask you to be objective in that. Because I'm learning too. And I'm trying to better my life. But we're going to get into that. But it was just very interesting when he said that. And he has another person that's going to come onto the video who is well versed in reading the bills and stuff like that. And shout out to you that you have that. Shout out to Boss Man, because Boss Man kind of like my homeboy that come through. Hey, yo, bro, what this bill mean, nigga? Break it down for a leprechaun, please. You know what I'm saying? But it's interesting. They're not going to really mention gender affirming care as problematic, at least as far as the overall aspect. Are there some people who have been harmed in this? And yes, we need to get them damn doctors. If these doctors was just pushing shit along for money, for capital payola, they was just doing that to get to the bag. No matter if they harm people, I need for PragerU and Amir and all of them girls to do all type of documentaries and video essays on these doctors. And let me know, because I will tag team and join in with your ass on this. Because again, if there are people out there harming people when they're supposed to be helping and they swore an oath to do that, hold them accountable. But we know that y'all not gonna really do that, girl, because if y'all did, baby, the people in this administration would even be there right now. And y'all want us to have faith in what the fuck y'all think? More like bad faith actors. However, there is a flaw. One can be seen as forced and pressured, and the other is willful. Yes! And shout out to Amir again using D-Trans, and because again, these are other aspects and information that I was not privy to. So again, when you come across new information, you post it, challenge that or educate yourself on that, but challenge it too. I want y'all to challenge everything. Challenge even what the hell I say. Go study to show thyself approved. That's what you're supposed to do. Not supposed to just take my word for it. Supposed to study to show thyself approved. But I'm going to do it in a way that's easier for y'all. No shade. Anyway, let's continue, and I will be pausing to get my commentary. I will be using a PowerPoint presentation, little slide thing or whatever, so that y'all can kind of understand it more, because I want this to also be an educational moment. This is edutainment. We are educating and entertaining at the same damn time, and I'm also learning too. Shit. I'm a student in this bitch. I'm just a student that likes to share information. And shout out to the other students that do the same thing. But if gender affirming care is done carelessly and pressured by societal fear, it could be just as bad as conversion therapy in a way. Thoughts? No shade that he brings that up. Which is why, again, I stated that maybe what should happen is that before there's any sort of permanent or choices that are made, that it's like, you got to really think about this. You get what I'm saying? Like, because this is going to be your life afterwards. You have to prepare yourself for all that comes, because there's going to be new challenges and new hills to climb. It's going to be a lot of new shit. So are you prepared for that? But before we get to that point, can we have the social transitioning, which means you can put on the clothes and the wigs? You already know what we talked about, Boss Man, in reference to that. But I know how society views that, which proves to me that they don't even want to find a gray area. They're not trying to find the context and nuance. They just don't want the shit there at all. And I keep wanting to be proven wrong. But when I sit here and listen to these people and listen to what they provide, and even sometimes go looking for the shit, it just be like, I want to have faith. I want to have faith. And a part of me does have faith that things are going to get better, especially for those that are aware and that are woke. No shade. It's the people who are asleep who are going to be fucked up. They're going to be the ones sitting there shaking and Harlem shaking and shit in the middle of the night when the shit popped the hell off. No shade. No shade. No shade, no shade, no shade, no shade. But anyway, go ahead, Amir. Make sure I hit that like button.
Defended the law, saying that it was a way to protect young people from a practice that is widely opposed by medical organizations. The organizations have linked conversion therapy to increased risks of depression and suicide. The court's ruling could impact laws in over 20 states and potentially open the door to more legal challenges. It also could be a signal in how the court plans to approach other cases involving religion, speech, and LGBTQ rights.
Yeah, and I'm so sick of this term. It's so frustrating, you guys. I'm sick of this term LGBTQ plus rights, because there's just some things that are fundamentally different between sexuality and identity. If we're gonna keep harping that they're different, LGB and the TQ plus, then these issues can't coexist with each other, because you're impacting real shit. Obviously, again, I'm against conversion therapy. I don't think it's good, and I don't think this is a sign it's like all of a sudden you're gonna see clinics popping up and people hooked up to electric batteries and people praying the gateway, which is already happening.
Which is already happening. You see how them little moments a little Amir pop on, be like, bitch, help, help, sunken place, sunken place. And again, I gotta pause the transformer, y'all. We're gonna be here for a minute. But it's like, look at his eye. Look at him. That's little Amir. Nigga. Nigga. The reason why the LGBTQIA, LMNOP, HGTV, BET, DVD, BLT, MSNBC, CNN, motherfucking SAT, all of that, RASPECT, all of the fucking letters, whatever the case may be, numbers, symbol, all that type of shit. The reason why it continues to grow is because we're all lumped in there together, because everybody sees all of that as just a big old ball of gay amalgamated fuck shit. That's what they think of us. These people conflate sexuality and gender identity and expression because they just see it as another evolutionary step in the world of photography. That's what they believe. That's what they keep showing us. They believe that trans women are just men in wigs. Or like Amir said earlier, girl, that your ass is straight and now becoming trans. Wow. Oh my God. And again, baby, I just believe that Amir is ignorant, but also because of his public persona and how he got here and how he's backed and supported, he just can't give up now.
See the sense of free speech in that, even though I find it morally wrong for someone to come up in my face with ill intent and just call me the hard R, I want there to be a legal right for that to happen, because who's gonna mandate what speech is free speech, you know? Like, who's gonna mandate what's harmful speech, what's hurtful speech? Who's gonna mandate that? Since we don't have that mandated, I mean, shit, yeah, you can say it, you can do what you want to do. Morally, I find it wrong. We should shame those people that do that, but also I am against it. I'm against this idea of conversion therapy. I don't think it actually works, but for the LGB, because I'm against the gender affirming care for the trans kids. It's honestly just grown to be a hot, convoluted mess.
Conversion therapy.
Girl, this edible is something else, girl. Because now I'm hearing this shit again. I'm like, what? I just want to understand, how is LGB different than TQI in reference to how society views us? Because again, they see us as all the same. Which is why you feel the impact. Which is why you got to tell other motherfuckers that I'm not them. I'm not like those niggas over there, those five over there, those twinks over there. I'm not any of them. I'm the regular gay guy who knows shade. When a certain song come on, girl, you start turning into a damn Sailor Moon character your damn self. Midnight sun. And you start twirling, girl. We saw that video of you almost about to bust your kneecap. Trying to death drop, girl, and doing it like a white person, girl, just all type of just fucked up, girl. And then you got a video on your Instagram, girl, where you was shaking your ass to Gasolina, and I said, hold on, now wait a minute, Amir, that was kind of hot. So okay, Amir, let's talk about this. Let me stop. But you was moving, nigga. Now you was a little stiff a little bit, but you was moving. I said, okay, then you bounced down and you had Megan knees and shit. I said, okay. But we don't see this on your channel, girl. Like, but you yet say that when you go out in public, it'd be like, oh, I'm gay, but I'm not like, you know, that gay. Girl, that's called being a butch queen. Again, there is information. You ain't got to receive it, girl, but there's some things out there that can help put to words what it is that you are, girl. And you got to make the choice to resonate with that. Now, I do want to pull something up real quick, and again, this is going to be like a whole PowerPoint thing, so let me go ahead and make myself disappear, and let's do this here, baby. Okay? Now, it reads, let me remove this banner so we can see everything. Okay? It says, Amir Odom has frequently expressed that he views gender-affirming care as a modern form of conversion therapy. We just heard that. His stance centers on the idea that encouraging young people who may be same-sex attracted to transition is a way of converting them into a different gender identity rather than allowing them to live as gay or lesbian individuals. Okay? Odom's perspective includes several key points. Opposition to traditional conversion therapy. Now, Odom has shared his own personal experience with traditional conversion therapy, which you guys will hear later on in this live, intended to change a person's sexual orientation, and views it as ineffective and harmful. So again, he agrees that conversion therapy is wrong. Criticism of gender-affirming care. Now, he argues that transitioning children is a misguided response to gender nonconformity. He has never expressed that, but again, shout out to the one that can. He often suggests that some children who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria might simply grow up to be gay or lesbian if left alone. Then we have the LGB without the T movement. Odom aligns with a growing movement that seeks to separate the LGB, lesbian, gay, bisexual, from the TQI, or TQ+, transgender and queer and whatever else community. He believes the current LGBTQ+ movement has shifted from fighting for equal rights for gay people to promoting gender ideology that he finds problematic. Now, before we go forward, I kind of want to give my commentary on this as well. Again, I'm giving y'all content. As we will hear later on, and I've already heard this, as far as his own traditional conversion therapy experience, the traditional shit that you experience, a lot of people are going to experience the modern version of that. It's just a 2.0 Leave It to Beaver upgrade of that. Criticism on gender affirming care. Now, again, like I said, I agree with the fact of I believe that children should start off with social transitioning first. For at least 3 to 5 years. And again, I'm not a professional, but I'm just giving my own personal opinion on what it is that, you know, subjectively speaking, do it like this instead. Oh no, I'm still blocking that shit. Damn. No, I'm gonna have to do it without. Okay. Yep, I'm doing it for the PowerPoint situation. But like I said, if you have children socially transition, they can take the clothing, the makeup, they can take all of that shit. Ain't nothing to throw that shit off. Even though it's another lyric, girl, you can go ahead and take that shit off. You can take it off. But even when I ask this question to other heterosexual people, especially those with children, and if their children in a hypothetical situation happen to be trans, would they be okay with social transitioning? And you know what they said? If you're thinking yes, you're a fool, because they said no, and a few of them said hell no. One of them said they would beat the shit out their kid if that was the case. But the trans youth is protected. The questioning youth is protected. And the fact that, again, he's transmuting some of the stories of detransitioners and making that a blanketed statement over the trans experience in general. Because as much as he talks about the children, he still has a perspective, and so does society, in reference to the trans adults. The ones that end up doing the medical and surgical transitioning to assimilate, who then are forced to tell the damn tea and then possibly get harmed in that. Or shall I say more likely, statistically speaking, to be harmed for that. And people not going to create a safe space for trans people to tell the truth, because even when trans people tell the truth, there's a problem and a fucking issue. But then you have some people who said, you know what, I'm not going to medically surgically transition. I'm not going to do the hormone blockers. I'm not going to do any sort of hormonal therapy. I'm just going to show up in the way that I want to show up, because this is how I feel and this is what I feel, and I affirm myself. Now those individuals are seen as cuckoo, crazy, problematic, perverts, and you have the audacity to believe that because they're in the same bathroom with you, that automatically they're going to be attracted to you. Girl, some of y'all clothes not even attracted to y'all. It be motherfuckers built and looking like Wilhelmina Bartholomew the 18th, bitch. Having something to say about somebody wanting to assault them in the bathroom. And then on top of that, if we gonna sit up here and say that, oh, well, trans women are just gay men that just wanted to go up the evolutionary step of poetry. Okay, then let's use that analogy, girl. Gay men, and I'm talking about gay men who are really gay, which means that they are not just physically, but mentally and emotionally connected to the same gender. They are exclusively attracted to the same gender. Is sex fluid? Yes, it is. But there's going to be even a spectrum on that shit. Now, just because your ass freaking slippery sliding around, that's cool. But everybody ain't going to do that. Some people going to like the motherfucking 2-foot part of the pool, girl. Let them enjoy what they like. Go find your motherfucking person. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, go find them. You will find them. Girl, let me move on, girl. I have so many thoughts because there's so much. This is why I be wanting other people to engage with me in this. And again, shout out to boss man who do. Shout out to secure niggas that do. Is this how you move on to the next one? Yes, it is. Okay. All right, again, we already talked about... Did we talk about that? Yes, we did. Okay. And lastly, his point, protection of children. He has voiced significant concerns over the medicalization of children, comparing it to other age-restricted activities like smoking or voting, and believes that minors do not have the maturity to consent to permanent medical changes. And again, that's what I was talking about. Come through, universe, because I lost my thought in a minute. I'm going to lose my thought throughout the live, but it's a comeback. He's sitting here again talking about the medical part, but let's go with the social transitioning part. But society is not prepared to do that. They're not going to do that. And then on top of that, I got to believe that you're just saying that to be saying it, and you don't even really believe that, because when I did my video essay, when we were analyzing one of your videos where you talked about the queer agenda in children's media, when there were two dads who had a son and the son decided to put a damn tiara on and a tutu, you almost lost your damn fucking mind. That is a form, if we're going to play that game, since y'all believe in, oh my God, he's going to be gay, oh my God, he's going to become a girl. That is what social transitioning look like, because he could take the motherfucking crown off, they can take the motherfucking tutu off. There ain't nothing being sliced off, ain't nothing being pumped in, ain't nothing being surgically enhanced, nothing of the sort. But y'all trip out over that. But when y'all are being held accountable, then all of a sudden, y'all feel some type of way. Well, y'all started this shit. Don't get mad when hoes try to finish it. Y'all over here talking as if though the queer people swung on y'all first. No, bitch, y'all been swinging on queer people. And now y'all feel some type of way because queer people fighting the fuck back, girl. They're making a choice to rise in a sin regardless of what you say, because y'all don't control a damn thing. Y'all don't own reality. God owns reality. Yep, but your ass ain't the big guy. You the little one. So sit the fuck down and shut the hell up and live your little God life. You don't own all the reality. A lot of y'all don't even know how to deal with your own realities. And I'm talking about mentally and emotionally. Like the song played in the beginning. Find out niggas got all the bread, but they mind poor as the hell. Now, I want to put this part here, okay? Because again, we're talking about those who believe in an ideology. And again, this ideology in conversion therapy, the real conversion therapy, the defined conversion therapy, okay? The one banned by medical professionals, the ones that know what the hell they're doing. And if you don't believe they know what the hell they're doing, then you need to go to school so you can get up in that bitch and be like, what y'all niggas doing over here? Let me see. Let me read this. But I also wanted to make sure that I include that as well, because again, we're going to get both sides of the situation. Now it says major medical organizations do not label gender affirming care as conversion therapy, like Amir and others like him think. In fact, they define them as opposing practices. Conversion therapy is an attempt to change or suppress someone's identity. Donnie McClurkin. Christopher Yuan. I forgot the name of the white person that was on BMU Network that detransitioned. They are suppressing themselves because there is no heterosexual desire. And I don't want to hear anything about, oh, well, that's not what we're talking about. Yes, it is. Because again, you're not a real Christian until you physically fulfill the law. And your body is a part of that law. And the only law that is required of your body is to be used to bring children into this world. So again, conversion therapy is an attempt to change or suppress someone's identity. While gender-affirming care is evidence-based support intended to help individuals live in their self-identified gender. And y'all keep saying that when your ass turned 21, that you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Y'all sit up here and tell children every day in class, you can be whatever the hell you want to be. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to do? What do you want to be? It's the land of the free and the home, the land of the free and the home of the brave. then why is there in the words? Even though I want to use this nigga words, girl, but a broken clock is right twice a day, girl. A lot of bitch assery, bitch niggery happening here. Because then when the children decide what the hell they want to be, and again, there is a pathway to that is healthy. There is a pathway that can be fruitful and life-giving to that person that enhances their quality of life. And it does not have to really involve medical or surgical. If society could just deal with the social aspect of it and be like, I don't give a damn. Thank you for letting me know that you're trans. That's not what I'm into as far as romantically. But as a human being, I'm going to judge you by the content of your character. I have plenty of friends that I don't want to fuck. You can still respect people without having to see if you want to sleep with them or not. I know that's hard for some of you niggas, girl, but it's possible. Now, some people may say, well, conversion therapy is an attempt to change, but gender affirming care is actually changing and transitioning and transmuting. It's the same thing, bub. It's the same thing, bub. Okay, we're going to see if it's the same thing. No shade. Now, this is the difference between the two practices, right? Now, we have the feature, core goal, foundational belief, methods, and medical stance. Okay, so again, the feature reads conversion therapy on the left, gender affirming care on the right. So the core goal for conversion therapy is to cure or change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. To cure or change successfully someone's sexual orientation or gender identity. To believe in what you've been this entire time. That's been taught to them this entire time. And they've forgotten who the fuck taught them this shit the entire time. Gender affirming care. To support an individual's gender identity and alleviate gender dysphoria. And again, I'm going to be looking at this from the perspective of social transitioning, because I do believe that is a good middle ground for everybody, especially those that are young or those, even adults, who may feel like they are trans or come to that awareness as adults. And because they're adults and can do what the fuck they want to do, now they have an introductory path to figure out if this is the case. So they have room and space to see, because if it's not for them, I'm pretty sure they're going to be like, yep, this is not for me. I mean, that's the evidence of conversion therapy, especially through the lens of organized religion, who does the majority of it. Girl, let me shut the hell up. Foundational belief views diverse identities as mental illnesses or pathological. Okay? They talk about this being a mental illness, but yet they can't help heal not a damn thing, not even a damn cold. Gender affirming care views diverse identities as natural variations of the human experience, just like there is so much in nature with animals and plants where they're not human beings. It's still a being. It's still a living thing. And it may not be human, but it's living and it's a part of this fucking experience. Okay? We wouldn't be shit without trees. We would be sitting here dead in the bitch right now without trees. Okay? But just like, again, with the expansive, infinite expression of God, source, universe, consciousness through nature, we are still, with more information, more technology, are still finding new things, which means we don't know every motherfucking thing, which means the truth is out there somewhere if you're willing to look for it. So just like there is a diverse expression of nature, it's the same thing with human beings, which is why we're all different shapes, sizes, colors, hello. Methods often involve shaming, coercion, or unethical techniques like adversive conditioning. For gender affirming care includes social transitioning, which again I believe should be the first step. Mental health counseling, because you're taking on this new juncture, this new journey. So yeah, we got to make sure you good up here. And also make sure that you have good mental health, because the ignorant ass world outside of you is going to fucking try you. So you definitely need to make sure you have somebody to talk to in reference to that. And sometimes, because if the prerequisite for children to be trans was medical and surgical transitioning, then all the trans kids would have already been medically and surgically transitioned. All of them. But shout out to those who do actually uphold the Hippocratic Oath and swear to help and not harm. And sometimes medical steps like puberty blockers or hormones, and then whatever else is up the line for what they want that is going to enhance their quality of life. Because as much as y'all talk about their damn body, girl, when they die, their body not going to heaven, girl. It's going to rot away, and Mother Nature going to do what the hell it's going to do. So I'm going back to the ground, bitch, so let me live my life. Medical stance. Now, rejected and denounced by major organizations like the American Medical Association and the American Psychological Association. Okay, so these major organizations that deal with peer-reviewed, peer-edited, draft after draft, student loan debt, credentials, all these things, qualified in their field for these things, have stated that this is rejected and denounced by major organizations. Now, gender-affirming care is recognized as medically necessary and life-saving by nearly every major U.S. medical body. And again, gender-affirming care medically does not just mean surgically. When they're getting their checkups, they can be honest and tell their motherfucking teeth, because that's supposed to be something private between them and their doctor, right? So they have the right to be able to do that, to make sure that they get the gender-affirming care that they need, but it does not disrupt how they show up in the world, because that's their choice. Okay? Did I do it? What's this? I did two of the same thing. Okay. Now, why is there a debate? Okay. Now, the label new conversion therapy is a rhetorical claim used primarily by cultural commentators and some gender clinicians rather than a medical consensus. Now, proponents of this view, like Amir Odom, argue that for same-sex attracted youth, affirming a new gender identity acts as a way to convert them away from potentially being a gay or lesbian adult. However, mainstream medical experts from organizations like the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry argue that comprehensive assessment, which includes exploring all aspects of identity, is not conversion therapy. Okay, now before we get into this one, girl, because we're going to get more into the stuff. So let's get back into Amir Odom's video and make sure y'all hit that like button. Let me get the comments actually real quick. Let me see. Then question, why doesn't the pride community fight for more separation and distinction? Could you elaborate a little bit more for me on that? If you can, boss man, if possible. You know how I think. You know how I think, Pepper. All right, let's continue with the video.
Where you go to a therapist and try to talk your way out of being queer, whatever queer means in your life, like, it doesn't work. And we need to ground ourselves in that, because you're going to get distracted. You're going to see a lot of legal arguments about this, and it's going to like muddy a lot of waters. And I just want to remind everybody that like conversion therapy does not work. As a person who went through that growing up and was surrounded by like the Exodus Internationals of the world, which had to shut down in 2013, even though it was the biggest conversion therapy organization in the world, because the leaders basically were like, oh, right, well, actually, it doesn't work. We've been lying. It doesn't work. And it's there's no credible evidence that it works. And also there's a lot of credible evidence that shows that it does far more harm than good. And also kids can't really volunteer for conversion therapy, right? Like, if a kid's parent wants them to go to therapy to change who they are, they don't really have like a lot of choice in that. At all. And so like, I think we should just, at this moment, like, we need to do the legal arguments. We need to do what we can to create the right legal frameworks and all those things. And also not get lost in the weeds here. Like, it doesn't work. It's dangerous, and nobody should be sending their kids to do this.
And I agree. And I think this whole topic of conversion therapy, it should be focused on the LGB, and we shouldn't be talking about the TQ+, because like it's wrong to medically transition a minor. Like, it's completely different than when you're dealing with just like a gay kid, because if you're dealing with a gay kid and they grow up and they turn out not to be gay, big whoop. They try some things out with the same sex, they're like, oh, this is nasty. Okay, great, then you're straight. Or you like it and you like both. Okay, you're bi. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But with trans kids, you're sending them down a route of medical advice, puberty blockers, and again, itty bitties chopped off. It's like you're literally changing their life. And there's nothing life-changing about a gay kid, but there is something life-changing about a trans kid, and that's the big difference. My experience.
Now, before he gets an experience, gives his experience about his time with conversion therapy. Notice again that he did not bring up social transitioning, because when we did our commentary where he was sitting here having a quote unquote debate conversation with Mason on the Ellen Fisher podcast, he kept bringing up social transitioning, or whenever he talked about the trans shit, what about social transitioning, or when he went to the LGBT pride event for the first time and had to hire security who basically got a paid day off in this bitch, girl, to ask these people, well, what about social transitioning? And people around him said, I'm cool with that. Like, let's do that. That would be a good start. And again, y'all must be gatekeeping the names of the doctors who are literally just letting these children go through, like, yeah, count the damn money. Go ahead. Somebody on the black market gonna want that dick. Go ahead. We need to find out who they are. What their names. Where they at? Where are they at? But we never ever hear y'all talk about them. I don't see Amir putting up videos talking about, these are the ones that's doing all the harm. Where is the legal arguments for that? And again, if you know where they're at, I also need you to help me out, because I can't do everything. I'm gonna do what I can, but I ain't gonna do everything. So I'm gonna need your help if you have the information, and I'm the one that's lacking on that. That shit is just crazy. But again, I don't understand why Amir feels some type of way about, like, oh, well, the LGB is being neglected. You stated in your video that the LGB was just cool. We was chilling. We got our marriage. We got our rights to be able to exist. Housing, healthcare, job opportunities, employment, all these things. We can adopt, bitch. We can donate blood, bitch. We can do all these things, bitch. We can rise in the scene, girl. We can be in the public, girl. We can go to the movies. We can go to the restaurant. We can go to the party, bitch. Sometimes we can go to church. We can go to all these spaces. We cool. We smooth. You said that. But the battle was not over with. The war was not over with, because again, if you did your research during the 60s and 70s, trans people helped the queer community, because again, they saw all of us as the same. If your ass wasn't heterosexual, if that shit wasn't rising, if the flag wasn't rising up full mass on the pole, girl, for women, for females, primarily for them, you're a problem. You're a problem. We have ex-gay people right now who be trying to critique the church on the low by saying, hold up, y'all told us to stop having sex. Now we stopped, and I gotta stop the mannerisms. Now you trying to hook me up with another woman in church? Christopher Yuan said that I wasn't called to heterosexuality. I was called to holiness. Then why you over got these women trying to throw their hole at me? Because there's a bunch of women in the church, girl. There are more women in the church than there are men, girl. And a lot of them women is ready to bust it down for Jesus. Keep the Lord in mind. They're going to keep the Lord in mind as they dirty wine and drop it for Jesus in the club. Okay? Who want that? But again, it's not enough. We've heard Nick Jones just say in the last live, I mean, you can be gay. I mean, like, you're not gay, though, because, I mean, I know you're saying that you're a gay Christian and you're making the choice to, like, not mess around with dudes, but the fact that, like, you're saying that you're still gay is just, like, I don't like that. I just think that's wrong. And he did call for us to be fruitful and multiply, and for you to feel like you're exempt for that or that's not going to happen, like, I even question other people who are Christians who sit there and say, well, you know, if you don't have kids, I'm going to question where that came from, because that didn't come from God, because God is saying that you need to bring children into this world. So, and again, I hope that I'm wrong. I want to be wrong about this shit, but I does my research. I don't know everything, but I do my research, and I surround myself with other people who do that. Again, shout out to CTV, shout out to Boss Man. Again, Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, Miss Major Griffin Gracie, if I'm not mistaken, may they all rest in power. They played implementive roles, and it was always the feminine energy that was standing the fuck up and making a way for the queer community. Because again, that whole, oh, I'm gay, but I'm not like that gay shit is a fucking lie. Because we saw them videos, and I should have pulled them videos of you twerking and motherfucking spinning around, girl, like a damn a spin top or whatever that shit called, girl. Where you put it on the ground and spin it. Over here spinning like a goddamn moist ass motherfucking Beyblade in this bitch. Let it rip. Because they see us all like that. The majority sees us like that. Organized religion sees us like that. We are going to always be the enemy to them. The only time we're not the enemy is when we working for them, and that's even denouncing ourselves. Because I can imagine that, again, the little Amir is crying out and screaming out, which is why he kind of comes in every once in a while, because you have made the choice to throw him into Miss Trunchbill's chokey for PragerU and the political right, who are also regretting their choices because they also were lied to. And again, this video where he does have those moments of gray areas, again, that video is at 50,000 views, and homeboy normally cracked 100K and up on uploads. But it's funny that this one 2 weeks ago still has 50K views, because the majority of your audience didn't want to hear that shit. They didn't come to you for accountability. They didn't come for you for no broad generalization or understanding. They came to you to use information against these homosexuals and these homosexuals in wigs that's making me and my homegirl feel uncomfortable in the bathroom, even though they have bachelorette parties and all type of shit and get hella drunk around gay men talking about, you can touch my titties. But now they trying to fuck. Okay.
With conversion therapy was the talk therapy, was talking through different people regarding my sexuality. Long story short, basically.
Remember that. I just want to point that real quick. He said talk therapy. Remember that. He did not experience the dramatic experiences that other people have experienced, but it was still a form of conversion therapy, since we're talking about forms of conversion therapy, and it was talk therapy. And I want you to understand how the talk therapy went for him. Take a listen.
I was outed by my best friend on accident. She said, Amir, what's your like my status for To Be Honest? And I liked her status on Facebook. And then she went on my Facebook wall and was like, oh, Amir, you're my gay best friend and I love you so much. That opened up a big can of worms with the family. Everybody found out. Then my mom found out. Sent me about 3 or 4 text messages while I was I'll never forget, I was sitting at the lunchroom and I opened up my phone and she's like, oh, you're not gay. And it's all just a blur, honestly. It's like 3 or 4 text messages just like berating my existence. And then I went home. We didn't talk for like 3 days. She would like make dinner, leave it down there for me to like go get, and like we both just go to our rooms, and that was it. And then that's when we went to church, and the church, the sermon was about gay people, and I'm like, I'm literally sitting in the pew and like the pastor's like talking at me, like all eyes on me in the church, and we're like sitting up front. It was crazy. And then that's when I went to like conversion therapy, where I was talking with the pastor for 2 weeks. Then I did 2 weeks with the youth leader, who I swear was gay. And then I went to camp, which was Papa, hello, rest in peace, Papa. Went to his farm to do manly things to turn straight. But my Papa wasn't having it. And he shut it all down with my mama because she was going
shout out to
absolutely Papa. Berserk. And while I was at conversion therapy,
and no shade, may he rest in power. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Papa, because Papa was the only one that saw through the bullshit and was able to create a safe space for little Amir. And no shade, I hope that he taught little Amir how to defend himself, because if I were to ever have kids, because at this point I don't know anymore. There was a point where I wanted to, but now I really don't know, girl, because if this the world that they gonna inherit, fuck it. But if I have kids, trust me, my kids gonna learn self-defense. It's like that one little excerpt from Robot Chicken where they was where Hello Kitty was teaching that nigga from, I don't know if it was NSYNC or Backstreet Boys or whatever, how to fight or whatever. I taught you 42, but I know 43 just in case I have to do one on you one day. Ha! And fuck them up. That's how I'm gonna do to my kids, because you ain't gonna just whoop my ass. You got to put in this work, nigga. I'm gonna do some extra shit. You ain't never taught us that, never will. But I'm gonna make sure my children know how to defend themselves, so that when they're put in situations where the bully is just not gonna let it go and is going to overstep the boundary from verbal to physical, I will make sure that my children survive the encounter. Now, your child, I don't really know how that's gonna be. And if you got a problem with that because your child was messing with my damn child and my child gave your child grace and was talking to me about it, girl, and I'm already sitting here trying to help my damn child and not getting triggered my damn self to come down there and whoop you and your child's ass because I know what it's like to have people bully me and my parents, especially my mama, coming down there like an angry mama bear ready to whoop everybody ass in the thing for fucking with their kid. Who's been messing with my baby? Fuck it up. I'm the same damn way. But instead of my child having to go through depression and wanting to unalive themselves because of how society is treating them and the parents don't give a fuck, especially when the time comes to have a parent-teacher conference with other parents about the situation, don't worry about it. I'll talk to you very soon. Now, it may not be voluntarily, it's going to be involuntarily, which means you're going to have to get off work and come rush up to the damn school or possibly to the hospital to find out what the fuck happened to your child, which you're going to bring your ass to the school. And then me and my husband, who are adults just like you, going to be able to sit down and handle this like adults. Because if you actually did something about your child and taught your child how to mind their own motherfucking business and keep their hands off of people, your child wouldn't be in a wheelchair right now because their leg is broken. Both of them bitches. Because your child's arm is now inverted. Because your child decided to put their hands on my child. And at this point, when I have kids, I'm going to make sure my shit is A1, baby. That means I got prepaid legal, girl. We going to be all right. You survived the encounter. Your parents going to handle the rest. I don't know how these other parents care about their children, but baby, I will be ready to die about my children. And baby, you going to come with me. I ain't talking about my child. I'm talking about the person who put me and my children's lives in danger, girl. If I'm going, I'm not going alone, girl. And I put that on my height.
Like meetings with the pastor and the youth leader, it was very much just a lot of conversations about, you know, praying the gay away and being celibate and I'm not really gay and it's a phase and it'll go away and just the most like, it was just the most degrading shit in the world.
Oh, the same thing that trans people are dealing with right now. The same thing that trans people, not just youth, but adults, grown-ass adults, living in fear because the whole time with this fucking previous campaign, there was a lot of attack and a lot of heat and a lot of focus on the trans experience. Yeah, we tend to forget about that. Republicans were more concerned with trans than the liberal was. Because they were making up lies that unfortunately Amir at times unconsciously spews. And how you gonna care for the whole community when you calling for the community to be divided? When in actuality, the dominant society has lumped all of us in together. Against our wishes. As much as your ass want to be separate from this shit, they don't see you as that. They see you as convenient for right now. But once the job is done, your ass goes as well. And that is something that has happened in history. And unfortunately, I've been told that this is gonna always be this way. Ain't no changing it. This is just how it's gonna be. So if this is how it's gonna be, don't get mad at hoes that pay attention and be like, we getting to this point again. And y'all sure y'all don't want to do nothing different. Y'all want to keep subjecting yourself to this shit. Baby, I'm going to trigger some of y'all tonight in this live. And when I mean trigger, I'm not talking about in a negative ass way, trying to denounce you. But some of y'all talking points or some of y'all perspectives about queerness is all the way fucked up. And unfortunately, for queer people, that is manifested into harm. Harm done to us. And then living in a world where that harm is done to you, some people, yes, succumb and say, fuck it. I'd rather take myself out as opposed to deal with this shit. But y'all talk about y'all care for the children until they're dead. Because Amir is going to share with another person about how there are people who are not even here. And for Amir to sit up here and speak as if though being gay is that we shouldn't help the TQI because we got what we got and we don't need to fuck up what it is that we have. Even though once these people, quote unquote, if they complete their job and their objective, which they're putting into place things to have that happen, or setting up the stage for that, that once they are done with them, they are going to need a new enemy. And I'm just trying to understand, Amir, how your ass is exempt. I want y'all to tell me, how are y'all exempt? How are y'all exempt from this? Amir, what is some information that I'm not privy to that is being shared on Fox News that you feel would be beneficial for my life? To have me like, Bubs, you dumb as hell. Even though my ass ain't a Democrat, girl, I might... Because people telling me it's because it's just going to be Democrat and Republican, I unfortunately, if I'm trying to participate, I'm going to have to choose the lesser of the two evils. But I'm at a place to where I'm tired of evil just being in the position to begin with. Because that evil fucks us up and eventually eats its own. So, what's going on, Queen Stevie? What's going on? Deshaun said it best. This is religious psychosis. And I can understand why it's religious psychosis, because people are scared. They're terrified. And they have invested so much time, effort, and energy into organized religion, not into their own personal relationship, not into the customized relationship that's between them and their creator, because they came in the world by themselves. They're going to leave by themselves. Therefore, bitch, I know I have the majority of control of my own life. Organized religion has taught these people that you have no autonomy. You don't have any. Because you are supposed to give up your entire identity. The entire identity. And now you have Darren Fleet, Xavier from Beauty and Black, Amir, Odom using dangerous rhetoric that is harmful to the queer community, to each and every one of us. All I'm going to say before I press play is that, yeah, it's going to get really real up in this bitch. And all I'm trying to do is just motherfucking, bro. Like, that's the thing. People trying to live their best life. They only got one life. And for individuals like us who already dealt with our mortality at a young age, baby, you get to a point where you say, fuck that. I'm just going to be me. And we're living in a world where people don't want that because they don't know how to do it. They stuck. And don't know how to find their way or their flow or their own connection. So they sit up here and try to demonize other people or force them to be like them.
Because it was something I knew. One, it was something I knew would not change. If anything, it would be amended to bisexual. Because at that time, I hadn't been with girls. I was kissing girls, and, I attempted to involve hands. Not going for it. Disgusting. And by that time, I already knew I like guys. Like, that's confirmed. Like, that was confirmed. Like dudes a lot. And so it was just very surprising to me how big of an issue me just existing was. And I can only feel for all the other kids out there who are being sent to this type of talk therapy, not even with like an actual therapist, but even just within the churches, which is so frustrating in itself. And I will say this, there's a big reason why a lot of like the leftist gays cannot stand the Christian conservatives, because there are also people that are extremely gay as well. Like the sheer amount of closeted homosexuals within conservative politics, at CPAC, Turning Point USA events. It's ridiculous how much of the society, like if just the lesbian, the gays, and bisexuals left alone, we'd be chilling. but instead they're pushed to this dumb conversion therapy, which just does not work. And literally, like, I ain't trying to get this video taken down, but I have marks. I have slice and dice marks on my thighs, up here. They're there. And had the therapy gone on any longer, I probably would not even be here like a lot of other gay kids out there. But that was just the talk therapy. And then I was sent, obviously, to Papa's farm. And I did a lot of manly stuff, but that didn't change anything. And it wasn't going to change anything. It's so stupid. This whole conversation's stupid. Why? Like, it blows my mind how much focus is put on being gay or bisexual or a lesbian when literally there's so much like destruction and this, like, what's the right word? There's just a lot of bad people out there, bad straight people. Marriages, just sham marriages, all types of addictions, just all the worst things. But like, for some reason, like, gay is the focus, bi is the focus, lesbian the focus. Come on now.
But I
So again, as we acquire more information, we understand again, which proves the point on why he's able to give that context and nuance, is because this still affects him. Even though he is championed by these people who do the harm, even though he is financially backed and supported by the people who do the harm, even though he has the ability to no shade, because my ass trying to tap into a little bit of that as well, being able to use his gifts and talents creatively to be able to be a stream of income, because I'm a creative ass nigga, girl. I'm gonna use all my shit, girl. No shade. So I ain't even mad at that part. But being backed and supported by these people, and again, if you go right now to Amir's channel and look at his video list, this video that we're looking at has, at this time of this recording, from the last time that I saw it, and well, not this time of this recording, but from what I last remember as we're recording now, was at 50K plus views. Again, this individual gets hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views on his uploads. And now I understand why that view count is so low, because look at the context and nuance that I wish Amir would do more on his channel. Because again, my nigga, you're being used by these people as a shield to be bigots and to deflect from queerphobia and transphobia. Even though they are past transphobia and queerphobia, they are bigots. But yet when you come through and try to educate them about the queer experience, they not like, oh my God, Amir, like, you're really changing my mind on gay people, because I had this perspective about them, and then I met you, and it's like, I met another gay guy today, and he was pretty cool, or nothing of the sort. They're not in the comments talking about, oh my God, like, I had a gay brother, and I kind of felt some way about it, and even though I am a Christian, it's like, I watch your videos, and like, you still have like this brotherly love thing going on, and I'm like, you know, he seemed like a cool guy, he would be cool, like, even though I don't agree, like, I like him, so I'm gonna let God do the judge. I'm just gonna work on my life, but you know, I may not come to the wedding, but whatever, I still love you. Like, and now I talk to my brother, and me and my brother are talking again. Like, there's nothing of the sort being left in the comment section, because I'm pretty sure if that was the case, Miss Amir would have been put it up and showcased. And again, I appreciate, no shade, just kind of giving a G in this moment to the little Amir, that little activist Amir that's in Trunchables Chokey, bitch. We getting Matilda, we getting Miss Mama's, wow. We getting a nigga that ate the cake, girl. We getting all the people assembled. Don't worry, King Magnus finna come in this bitch, girl. I will get you. I'm screaming. But again, I appreciate Amir sharing his perspective and being vulnerable about his experience. And no shade, if I had the opportunity to talk to him like in private, which would be dope, I would ask all type of questions, and I would just want to know the tea. Now, I ain't gonna use the tea against you, girl. I ain't gonna use a T against it, girl. I'm only gonna share what it is that you publicly share, girl, because I do understand how karma works. Okay? But at the same time, when it comes down to privately, oh, it's gonna be another conversation, because now I can talk freely. No shade. But if I would have had a conversation with him, I want to know more about that experience and how it made him feel. And I remember in his PragerU video, he did give a brief synopsis of what happened in reference to him being outed, and his briefly about his unaliving attempt, and just seeing him be emotional. And again, even though I don't agree with Amir's perspectives, and I see them as like genuinely harmful, I don't hate him as a person. I wish him great love and honor and success in his life, but at the same time, he being your public persona being called out. And I do believe again that there is a part of Amir, the little Amir, and Miss Trunchbull's Chokey girl. Where's Miss Honey? Miss Honey ain't where she at. That energy is crying out, is kind of poking out, and that's the energy that I saw in this video and I'm connecting to. And it's just a shame, because if anything, that should prove to Amir, like, a big bulk of your audience don't give a fuck about that. They don't care about that. They just want you to do your job because they saw you on PragerU and they were able to use you and other people to speak out against these quote-unquote woke people. And now that they're in positions of power to where they can work on laws, because even though laws are being rejected, these hoes are really utilizing their faith the size of a mustard seed, girl, to get some of this shit passed. And in some states, the shit's being passed. So there is some objective harm that is getting set up that is going to be done. So once they're done with all of their spokespeople, once they're done with all of their motherfucking puppets and they damn poster boys and girls and everybody else, thank you for your services. Get your ass in line. You in the back of the line. And if you in the back of the line, y'all better be some James Bond, black Wakanda ass niggas, girl, that is in the back of the line, because y'all got a master plan to change this shit. Y'all, baby, if it's this level of sacrifice that y'all doing, girl, it better be because y'all niggas is on some sleeper cell type shit, bitch. If motherfuckers gonna go off, I'm just saying. Damn. Heteronormativity will not save you. Aligning yourself with white supremacy will not save you, because a leopard, leopard, I said leopard, will always eat your face. Oh, you didn't mean leopard. Yeah. And we're seeing it again. There are plenty of conservative people who feel some type of way. I mean, wasn't Christians mad at Trump saying that he's Jesus? But there are some people saying, oh, he's not Jesus, he's a doctor. Y'all know what Jesus looked like in reference to this system, and you gonna sit up here and tell me that he was a doctor? But trans women is attacking cis women and little girls in the bathroom. That's real. But a motherfucking AI generated thing, which would be able to have the capacity to be able to put all that weight together in that picture without the molecules and pixels bursting open and around and out and shit. He put it on his own social media platform of him healing people, and now people saying that he is a healer. But he ain't heal no gas prices. He ain't heal no eggs. If anything, he get ready to let fire and brimstone rain down. That's why a lot of people are drawn to organized religion. Because if you actually read the book and look at the history, there are motherfuckers that get shit done through force and violence. When the time comes, they be on some don't blink type shit. We gonna fuck you up and then take a drug and say we don't remember. And I'm sorry. And then proceed to do it again.
I think some of the sadness I'm feeling is I feel very protective of the youth that this really impacts right now. And it's because we know that not only does conversion therapy not work, it also actively causes harm. And to see licensed professionals advocating for something that violates their own ethical code feels really disheartening and really frustrating.
And what's very disheartening, it was very frustrating for other people on the flip side, is using this ideology and using this care and applying it to trans minors and trans youth, because gender affirming care for trans youth, that's not caring in my eyes. We want to talk about this idea of caring and like what matters. We as a society, it's split right now on what care means. What's seen as care to one group is seen as hurtful to the other, and vice versa, especially in regards to the trans issue. Now, for in large part regarding like conversion therapy and talk therapy and in the churches and all that, while I do agree it's harmful, it is on the decline. And in large part, everybody was in the consensus that yeah, this conversion therapy it's not really going, it's not really working. Like we need to slowly like drip that out and stop that. But now it's been co-opted by the TQ+, and they're like, well, we need gender affirming care. Like that's literally conversion therapy. That's not care. That's actually harmful. From like, listen to all the detransitioners out there, like you're literally changing their life forever, and that is different from a damn sexuality and who they like to mess with. It's completely different. So
Now, Amir, when you did your debate with Mason, and Mason brought up the stats of yes, detransitioners, which he did agree that their experiences are also valid and no shade, they're also going to be in need of gender affirming care to align with their now updated version of gender identity. Because even though they have transitioned mentally and emotionally, they're never going to be the same person they were before they transitioned. So now they still have to find a path forward. So they need gender affirming care for that as well. That is customizable. See how gender affirming care works, and then on top of that, every single one of us utilize gender affirming care. If you get a cancer on your balls, nigga, you need to get that surgically removed. That's affirming the care of your gender. Getting mammograms for your titties, and even men, especially them foopalicious niggas, girl, y'all need titty exams pronto, girl. Y'all, I'm 35 this year. Y'all in y'all 40s and 50s, baby. Getting your yitty smashed in the damn thing. That's gender affirming care. It's the same thing. And again, it just baffles my mind that the fact that, Amir, you literally survived conversion therapy and the talk version, the talk therapy. And that's why I told y'all to remember, because this case is involving talk therapy. And how the talk therapy, from a religious standpoint, which that case was brought from a, guess what, religious standpoint, to where it literally left Amir with physical reminders, or shall I say, marks of survival, because he shared with us that if he would have continued with that talk therapy, he probably would have not been here. But yet, gender affirming care is doing that to trans youth. The difference between gender affirming care and conversion therapy is that gender affirming care is patient led and the desire of what the patient wants. Conversion therapy is forcing and then being demonized if you don't change because you're not in the will of God. And how many people who have been to conversion therapy camps and all this stuff ended up taking their fucking lives. I mean, hell, even South Park, even though it's dark humor, and I do fuck with dark humor like Amir, no shade. Sometimes you gotta laugh to keep them crying, girl. They did a whole episode about that, where every time they open the door, here come another body just dropping down, girl, from an ex-gay thing. And again, I'm trying to understand how, Amir, how are you exempt from this? How is your experience different than a trans person? Oh my God, why are we talking about this? Just imagine having your whole being demeaned. Just imagine this. Just imagine this happening. Just imagine that no matter where you go, it's just this and that. Just imagine you minding your own business and motherfuckers saying shit. Yeah, they know exactly what the hell that looks like. That's why I'm saying, instead of just subscribing to Ground News, you need to subscribe to J Inclusive. who keeps up with the unfortunate unalivings of trans women and trans women of color, that you need to subscribe to A Conscious TV to get more of a metaphysical breakdown, which I love. But we know that you're not going to do that because, again, the guilt and shame that your ass going to have to deal with because you have abandoned and rejected, and again, through little Amir, the little activist, the little one who was walking in his truth, who was in a new place, in a new space, and made the choice to be somebody else. That was also a part of your evolutionary journey. You are preventing other people, especially trans youth, even though it's going to affect all queer youth. Because again, these people see transness as another level of gayness. That now all of a sudden your talking points against the TQI is not going to save you. It's not going to save you. And if it is, you need to start putting motherfuckers on game then. On what that actually looks like. Since you got the perspective, since you got the truth, since you know what's going on, since you have the subscribers, since you have the support, since you have not all, but a lot of the resources, girl, on this YouTube platform, especially as a Black content creator, girl, we need you to do more. And since, again, we're talking about conversion therapy, if you want to nip it in the bud when it comes down to medical and surgical transitioning, you gave the answer, which I agreed with, which was social transitioning. So I'm pretty sure that within this year, we're going to get an extensive video on what social transitioning looks like. And I'm going to need for you to talk to your audience about that. And I would love to hear and to see what your audience thinks about that. Because if you were to do that video, and I saw the majority of the comments talking about Amir, thank you for that. I'm not scared of the trans stuff anymore. Whew, thank you. As long as we ain't got to cut nothing off and deal with that. Girl, we can get the wig now. We're not getting you no good wig. We're going to get you a cheap ass wig from the dollar store. Because, bitch, if you really going to do this, you're going to have to really do this for real. You're going to have to really make this shit work. You're going to have to put it in work. No shade. You are a coal right now that can turn into a diamond. But you need to apply that pressure. We're not going to help you like that. This is what the hell you want to do. We about to go into the initiation phase, bitch. Put on your own damn lipstick. Put on your damn mascara. If you look like a clown, do more work. Make sure you're doing it right. Because if you're going to do that, you're going to be the baddest. If that's what y'all stilo is. They not going to say that. They going to say unsubscribe, unsubscribed. Oh, I liked you so much, but I'm unsubscribing. Oh, you failed me. Oh my God, I can't believe. Oh my God, the woke virus got him too. Oh, that's what you get for trusting homosexual. It's going to be all type of that shit in your comments, girl. And if what I'm saying is wrong, you are obligated to prove that. Because if you can shut me up and they really fuck with you like that, despite you being gay and all that type of shit, I will remove all my shit and I will start reading Bible verses every day. At least I know I'll be paid. At least I'll be paid, girl. At least I'll be able to put shit on auto pay, girl, without no worries, bitch. Let me check the back, girl. This is dumb. But according to the scripture, girl, what profits a man to gain the entire world and then some, just for him to lose his soul, which means to lose his happiness, to lose his joy, to lose his peace, to give up what God has given you as far as your free will and autonomy, as long as you're doing it in a loving way, to be whoever the hell you want to be. And then you look at the people who are telling you to be like them, girl, and how are they living in their lives? These hoes ain't telling on themselves. These hoes ain't doing no Eminem 8 Mile shit on them where they telling they shit. They not. They're not. And this person on the screen, we're sitting here talking about, excuse me, how they can tell that both queer and trans youth is going to be affected. Any youth that is not going to conform, and that don't even mean people that are queer. There are some people who are heterosexual who just happen to be feminine who gonna be affected by that. There are people who are actually heterosexual that are women or females who happen to be masculine according to what society deems your gender should express or be, who are going to be lumped into that as well. And what happens is that normally we should find camaraderie. And I don't know, maybe because, again, when I was in high school, I used to be friends with the weird people, with the freaks, with the free niggas, with the alternative niggas, with the niggas that weren't part of the status quo. And no shade, those was the best, freest motherfuckers ever, girl. They was predominantly white too, bitch, and them hoes ain't treat me with no racism. I ain't hear none of them call me the N-word, girl. I never heard any of them do nothing, girl. They having me invite me to stay over their house, girl. All type of shit. Come over, yeah, come on over, Bubs. Yeah, you can come over. Yeah, come on. All that type of stuff. I experienced all that. But they treated me and judged me based on the content of my character, not off of a stereotype. And unfortunately, Amir is pushing a stereotype or strengthening and enforcing a stereotype that justifies the right and what they believe, what they think, and no shade, gives them validation to actually do what they want to do. Detransition rate is 1 to 3%. No shade. It is very, very small. It is very small. And even though that 1 to 3% matters, if I'm not mistaken, the trans community is within that same demographic as far as numbers is concerned. And some people detransition because of survival. Some people detransition because, hell, things change. Some may have a botched surgery. Whenever you're doing any sort of medical or surgical procedure, there's going to always be a risk. Doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, but there is a time where it can happen. And there are plenty of people who have dealt with botched jobs done to them. And there's so much about the trans experience that even I am ignorant on that I want to educate myself about. I don't even know everything. But one thing that I do know is that they're human beings and they deserve to live their best life. They deserve to walk in their truth. They deserve to be protected, and they're not causing any sort of objective harm to people and in this society. Because these individuals sit here and literally project their own fears onto other people, but then want to deny the objective reality of pain and hurt and trauma that has happened to queer people, who are then being told to get over it. And then when they finally get over it, it's not of the Lord. It's not organic. Wow.
Yeah, I do feel bad, and I care for the LGB kids that are maybe going through this, or they have been. But the trans kids, I'm like, why? Literally, why? But I can say for sure off the bat, I don't think we're just going to start seeing clinics pop up. Like, that's not the case. Again, it's been a thing since 2019 for Colorado, and then this woman tried to fight it. Then the Supreme Court's like, yeah, actually, you really can't tell them what to do. That's it. I don't personally see too much coming out of this. I could be wrong, and I'll come back and make a video about it. But I don't see too much happening from this. If anything, we're going to see this conversation get wrapped up with the whole TQ plus and all the trans kids, trans minor, and what constitutes as conversion therapy regarding literally trans kid transitioning, converting, same damn thing. All these trans kids going over from like straight, if you have a little gay kid, oh yeah, maybe you're a girl, you're trans. Like, that's so harmful to me. Then like what I went through, what other people went through regarding like the most standardized version, like what we see as conversion therapy.
Whether you
Amir. Let me hear that again, just to be sure.
Therapy regarding literally trans kid transitioning. Personally see too much coming out of this. I could be wrong, and I'll come back and make a video about it, but I don't see too much happening from this.
Oh yeah, we talking about the clinics and all these other things popping up in reference to conversion therapy, or camps, or FEMA camps, or ICE detention center, whatever the case. You don't see all these things popping up, even though these things are popping up. But when you had your talk therapy, it was not in a clinic. Your conversion therapy happened at home, was enforced at home, was enforced in church, and they even tried to get Paw Paw on it, but Paw Paw was able to cut through the bullshit shit. And shout out to Paw Paw. Again, may he rest in power. But you had those experiences of conversion therapy in the house. It was not anything clinical. Now, the clinical aspect, I do honestly believe if these individuals are trying to accomplish what they want to accomplish, they will implement those things. They're literally doing it. And on top of that, you sponsored by Ground News. Why ain't Ground News was in this? I was surprised. I was like, Ground News ain't in this? Well, I'm surprised. As much as they sponsor you, baby, if they sponsor me, I'm gonna be using that bitch in every damn video, girl. And Ground News, Ground News, and Ground News, yeah, and whatever the case may be. And girl, this would happen. But I discovered that through Ground News. Do you got Ground News? Do you want Ground? I would have done. It wasn't even used at all. This was his attempt to be able to prove his point or to present a case of when they come, don't come for me. Pause. I'm not with them. Let me go. I wasn't even promoting that. I was just living my life. And they don't give a fuck if you was living your life or not. Because if you're not living the right life. And it's interesting because Amir can see it, but he doesn't like sit with it. Unless it's him. Then he can give us context, nuance, give us a better level of awareness. He's able to break things down, try to become more understanding. He's able to do all that. But with the trans stuff, it's just, oh, I don't see it. Well, you gave, again, the solution of social transitioning, and you didn't bring it up once in this video. And you want me to believe that you care about trans youth? Because trans youth do exist. Again, those trans youth socially transition and then may possibly, when they get older, since legally that would be the best thing to do, they then proceed to do that. But can you allow them to socially transition? No. So when you make that video about quote unquote possibly being wrong, which in this instance, my nigga, you are, because you're the one that's ignorant, unfortunately. But you can come back and prove to us that you've learned and that you can now be right in reference to objectivity by saying, hey, no shade, I give the gays the smoke, I give the queer community the smoke, I give Black Lives Matter the smoke. But at the same time, if we're going to be objective and I'm trying to really be about truth, I also got to be able to check y'all temperature in reference to his audience. And I don't see you doing that. Now, I don't have a lot of people that come through my shit. I have a small group and community, and I learn from them. Okay? Because I see everybody as my equal, baby. The only motherfucker I'm competing with is myself. And if there are any moments where I start having imposter syndrome as far as like, well, I can't do it, girl, that's going to be something I'm going to transmute in the moment because I asked for this. It's just like, wow, bro. Wow, bro. This video at 50K views. I know, I wish my shit was at 50K. It's coming. But you have 50K views, and that's low views for you. And this is the part of you checking your own community, like, in a softer way. Like, okay, well, guys, like, no shade. The reason why they feel this way is because of whoop. They don't want to hear that. But that ain't your job. Your job is to do what we say, which is you're going to continue to target trans people, and then they're going to use that to get the LGB. Because again, that sharp ass decline as far as the gay shit, fuck the trans shit, but the gay shit, because they're the ones that's smart, they're knowledgeable, they're connected, they know the difference between sexuality and gender identity and expression. They know the difference of that. Are the same ones who had that sharp decline. The Democrats didn't. It was like a little small little dip, but the Republicans, like you said, went down sharp. You said sharp decline. because they were over the gay shit. And trans to them is just another part of the gay shit. And because you are ignorant when it comes to trans people's existence and experiences, you sometimes slip up in that same ideology and don't even check yourself.
If anything, we're going to see this conversation get wrapped up with the whole TQ plus and all the trans kids, trans minor, and what constitutes as conversion therapy regarding literally trans kid transitioning, converting, same damn thing. All these trans kids going over from like straight, if you have a little gay kid, oh yeah, maybe you're a girl, you're trans. Like, that's so harmful to me. Then like what I went through, what other people went through regarding like the most standardized version, like what we see as conversion therapy.
But at the same time, what do you then say to children who are genuinely trans? Who that is what they're called to, that they're in alignment with. Now they're being lumped in with this whole, the first thing they're thinking about is just the medical transition. They got to find out who they are as far as this expression in this way. All that stuff will come later, but because this fucking society is so damn sexualized and so damn freaky deaky, which is why y'all keep popping out children like Jiffy Popcorn in this bitch. You got to be able to see the sexual value in a person before you even try to see about their character or their worth. And again, when you have these people who transition again socially and they are looking like what y'all would consider Brickiana, now, oh my God, it's a man in the bathroom. Oh, you know that's a man, right? You know, ooh, this is, oh, girl, you know that's a, girl, you know that's a, girl, you know that's that. Y'all don't care about trans existence in reference to like, I don't care about that. What you want to be called, Miss J? How you doing, Miss J? Nice to meet you. Anyway, I was saying, bro, what's going on? I was saying, it's not that. It's, I gotta tell them that they're living wrong. I feel compelled to say something to them. There go those people, those woke people. There they are over there. They're right over there. I feel like I need to say something to them. And no shade, you can even objectively say, well, we y'all do that on the left. And no shade, nigga, touche. Because again, the Republican and the Democratic Party, if you ask me, I don't care what other people say, this is my own personal subjective opinion and belief, is the same bird, just different wings, flying in the same direction. If we can do so much work in the Democratic Party, all the blood, sweat, and tears that is poured by the individuals who sacrifice in the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party can come in 1 to 2 terms and completely destroy all of that, that sounds like energy harvesting to me. To build us up with all this hope that we're going to make it and we can do it, just for them to come through and to be like, whoopsie daisy, and pull the rug from underneath our feet. And we're in a place where they're going to do it again. That's why I keep telling y'all might want. That's probably another reason why my ass has a love and affinity for old school music, like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's probably in my past life, they probably unalived my ass on some dams, civil rights-ish. Because we're literally heading into that same place energetically. And pretty soon, physically manifested. And just because it ain't happening around you does not mean that it's not happening. And the stuff that I'm talking about, we can prove. And it's scary to prove it to the point to where I want to be wrong about this. But in the words of Duran Bernard, somebody prove me wrong. Because I'm always
Do you want them
right
to or not?
in this case.
Trans people do exist. Gay people exist. And they deserve to live without fear of their just basic existence.
This is what I mean, and this is what I meant by the movement being co-opted.
Hold on, Miss Mamas. You just sat up here and talked about your experience and being safe or What she say? You said this in your own stuff. What they say?
Without fear of their just basic existence.
To live without fear of their just basic existence. Didn't you say, oh damn, I just felt so bad because they were like, damn, I'm just merely for existing, I'm being discriminated against merely for existing. You being attracted to the same sex had your mother not talking to you for days. You just existing or your existence being alerted or affirmed literally had you at church where the pastor was talking, like you said, down at you. And having all those eyes burned into your damn skin that you can feel that shit. But then when this individual says that gays and trans deal with that because that is the facts, unfortunately, it's the facts. And your response, instead of it being an empathy like, damn, this makes me really feel for the trans community, because it's like, damn, I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like for people to denounce your experience, to denounce your reality, to ask you stupid ass questions, and even get to the point of literally putting their hands on you because people fear what they do not understand, and then they hate what they fear, and these children and the youth does that. And then they grow up to become adults and do it with more power and authority. Your perspective is the one that's, again, actually causing harm. Because when a child is exploring or trying to see if they're trans, instead of the parents operating in love and saying, let's go through this, because again, it could be a phase, we don't know, but we gonna walk through the motherfucking fire, through the window to the wall, and to figure it out. It's no, go straight to church. And that's what you experienced. And again, it wasn't even in a damn clinic. You experienced in the church by family. Just like how when we talk about rapists, the majority of rapists are people that are close to the family. It's the same thing with the abuse and discrimination against queer people. And if your gay ass experienced that and you can still feel the effects of it today, what do you think the trans people are doing? That's why they demonize in the queer community the feminine energy, because again, they're the ones that make everybody quote unquote look bad, even though the feminine energy is the reason why any of us is fucking here. How dare you?
This is what I mean, and this is what I meant by the movement being co-opted. I'm not comfortable with that. I can't sit here. It's so weird. Because I relate with a child not feeling like themselves in their body. I relate with the child, and I've gone through that as a child, and as other gay people as well. I relate to the child like not being normal in society or like knowing something's different. But I can't relate, because obviously I'm not trans, but also I can't relate with this idea to just accept whatever a kid's telling you. Because yes, on one end, I knew that I was gay. 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, all of that. I still allowed myself, and I knew that even though I was gay, like maybe there is a chance and I can try a girl even more. And I did do that. I did mess around with more women, and when I was in my adult life, and I was like, you know what, this is really not for me.
Plenty of queer people have done that. Plenty of queer people have tried to pray the gay away when they were younger. Plenty of individuals ended up having girlfriends when they weren't even interested in them. And some of them grew up to be adults and get married and do this shit. So again, this has been happening. And I think after 1 or 2 times, you can have a general idea on whether or not this is going to work for you or not. And when we take it in the realm of transness, I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are fathers that are finding their children wearing clothes of what's considered the opposite gender and yelling at them and trying to buy them clothes and make them wear clothes that are associated to their gender assigned at birth, because of the social reaction to this that affects the family, because now people are going to be looking at the parents like, well, what's wrong with y'all? Hold on, bitch. My kid got clothes on their back and your kid's wearing your hand-me-downs. Don't tell me about about caring about my children. The fuck? And it's baffling because it's like he's having such a hard time. I just don't understand. I'm not trans, but it's called empathy. It's called empathy. I'm not trans either, but I have empathy for trans people. I lost somebody in my life who was trans, who was unalived for just being a good person. I'm connected to somebody in my life who is trans that no shade I need to contact, because I'm thinking about doing sometime this year a video essay on the trans experience. I've had conversations with her about her life experience before her transition and where she is now. And even at times where she just stays to herself, she tries to quote unquote live a stealth lifestyle, not trying to mess anything. And whenever dudes try to talk to her, girl, she tries her best, which is 9 times out of 10, girl, let motherfuckers know up front what the tea is. But again, the reason why it's 9 times out of 10 and not 10 out of 10 is because, again, when it's affirmed or they figure out what it is, it's either a violent reaction or them being assholes, or it just immediately goes to a sexual aspect, which means that you don't want to get to know me as a person. You just want to use me as a tool, because I've seen what those trans people do, and I've heard what those trans people do, and hell, some of my homeboys have shared stories with me about how they get down with trans people and shit. I'm just trying to see. And you have plenty of trans women who unfortunately end up resorting to escort work because these niggas paying for it, because they want it. They want it, and they want it bad. See, we don't talk about how we get to these points. And I appreciate Amir trying to attempt it. You know, I know what I'm talking about. But you don't know what you're talking about enough. And again, you're able to understand it when it's about you, but you and when you want people in the comment section to be like, damn, Amir, I touch and agree with you. I feel the same way you did when I went through conversion therapy. Like, you have people who've done it, and even some people who are like, well, wow, I'm a Christian and I'm not gay, but it's like, wow, your story like really touched me to where it really made me think and really feel for you. That's called empathy. But you can't have that empathy for trans people, in this context, trans youth, but yet you're telling us a story and you want us to feel bad and touch and agree with you about your experience, especially when that experience brought you to tears when you told it. See, there's so much gray area here that we could explore, but I mean, again, that's not profitable, at least not financially.
That was chill. It was fine. But when you're dealing with like actually transitioning a kid and you add in the puberty blockers, you add in getting a double mastectomy, you add in the voice changing, you add in all these different things, that's impacting their whole entire life. And I hate, genuinely, I hate, it's a strong word, I hate that they're being seen as side by side, especially on this issue of conversion therapy. Like, we need to leave the gays and the trans alone. No, I'm cool with leaving the gays alone, but these trans kids, no. You need to wait, because you are literally impacting your life. This gay shit, you may not be gay, you may be gay, who knows? Like, just wait till you're an adult. Like, you're not even old enough to like be messing around and stuff like that. Like, just calm down. But the trans shit, no. At some point, we need to draw a line in the sand. At some point, we need to say, this is right, this is wrong. Because we're getting to that point where nothing is consistent and nothing makes sense. Going back to this idea of what we see as care. We don't even see care being the same. And I don't understand how someone can sit here and advocate, convert a child's sex and say that's okay, and then say, well, if you're trying to convert someone from being gay, that's bad. What? Like, yeah, that's bad. But also the converting the child is bad too. It's bad. And you're like, oh, well, they're gonna KMS if they don't. Like, I'm sorry. What kid isn't going through shit? What kid isn't... Yeah, it sucks to say out loud, it hurts, but like, what kid isn't going through shit?
Would you tell little Amir that? If you had an opportunity to talk to him face to face, would you tell him that the shit he's going to go through, it sucks, but hey, that's life? And if that's the case, do you believe that little Amir deserves that? Because again, even though that was little Amir that survived that, the adult Amir wears the scars of the young Amir who did not want to be here, who almost did not be here. So for you to sit up there and say that talk therapy that you spoke about, that you endured, drove you to the point to where you wanted to take your life, all these fucking statistics surrounding queer youth, not just trans, but queer youth. Individuals going through the exact same thing that you went through, and you gonna sit up here with this look on your face as if though, well, yeah, that's life, and I get it in a sense because you have a dark sense of humor. I feel like you got a dark sense of humor that's like, oh, like, yeah, we need to talk in private because you say this shit publicly, yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing. I understand you got a dark sense of humor, so sometimes with dark sense of humor we have to laugh to keep from crying, and sometimes we face such cold hard facts to where it literally does change us, since that's the word we're talking about, to where we can be a little bit more blunt because we've lived and almost died. When you're facing your mortality, baby, there is, you are brought into the present moment against your will, to where you have to pay attention to some stuff. And for him to say, well, I mean, it's a part of life, and yes, it's harsh to say, but no shade, even though it's harsh to say, it's going to be even harsher to see it. Because that rate is going to go up. And the sad part is that that rate is not just going to go up amongst the youth. It's going to go up against the adults too. Because adults, whether you gay or straight, currently in this country at a large rate, a large number, are suffering with mental health issues. And I know that to be the fucking case. Just like you said, we all going through something. Yeah, we all going through something. But this is the time for all of us to come together and to work shit out. Because if not, we're going to always go through something while there are groups of people who ain't got to go through a motherfucking thing. Off of our ignorance. Off of our fears. So like I said, Amir, nigga, you making videos now, you doing video essays or long form content. Shout out to you because I love long form content. I'm gonna get into that as well. But I need for you to make a video about social transition, because your only argument this entire time is the medical and surgical that we've already spoke to and said that, girl, we concede, we agree, girl, let's just go ahead with the social. And you did not bring up the social aspect at all, even though you dealt with some queerphobia socially. But yet trans people are exempt from the social aspect. You weren't even busting it open in school. You wasn't twerking with a damn pink G-string on the church, girl. Our God is an awesome God. You ain't do all that. You was just uniquely, simply Amir. And they didn't like that version. Which, no shade, now that you have assimilated more, now that you have worked out and stuff like that, baby, no shade. Like I said, the little Amir on the inside of Miss Trunchball's chokey, she ain't dead, girl. She's alive. Will you let Matilda in? Will you let Miss Honey in? Will you let that frog throat ass girl, wow, and the cake eating nigga in? We gonna see. Girl, these munchies kicking in, girl.
You don't want them to be. But we should be raising more strong-minded and resilient children, and not weak-minded children that fall victim to all these different like ploys and plots against them. It's okay to be gay, it's okay to be straight, it's okay to be bi, it's okay to be a tomboy, it's okay to be a tomgirl. If you want to be trans, wait till you're an adult, but that's the only thing that is literally impacting your entire life. This gay shit is not. If you have a kid that's like, I'm gay, it's like, okay, it's not really impacting their life.
I would love to know what them gays and I love to talk about it, because when you were younger, your people told you that gay niggas got a pocket of AIDS in their booty hole, and if you dare to stick your thing in the booty hole, girl, or somebody stick in their booty hole, girl, your booty hole, girl, both of y'all gonna get AIDS. AIDS. Y'all gonna get all that shit. That was God's fail-safe to stop the dick in the booty ass stuff, to put AIDS up in there right there. You were told that at a young age, my nigga. What are you talking about? I would love to live in a world where people are like, them niggas gay? Okay, them niggas gay. Cool, whatever. What's going, hey, gay niggas. Like I was saying, bro, what's going, it's never that. Even if y'all like, man, look at these gay ass niggas, bro. Man, look at these niggas, man, bro. Funny. All right, anyway, bro, like I was saying, you know, it ain't never that. It ain't never that. It has to be escalated, because for these weak ass, we talking about weak-minded motherfuckers, these weak ass niggas and men out here that look for the gay shit, because that gives them an opportunity to show how much of a man they are. Just like how they want women to be submissive so that they can come in and save the day, girl. And these hoes can't even pick out their own clothes that they gonna wear tomorrow. These hoes can't even feed themselves. Them hoes can't even do the financial records and books and shit without the help of their damn partner. So at the end of the day, it's a partnership. I would love to be able to go into a world where motherfuckers can be gay, straight, whatever, and dance and hold hands and romance publicly like everybody else does, and nobody gives a fuck. Instead of when two niggas hold hands and slow dance, the music stops. All right? I would love to live in that world. But what I'm being told is that that world is not ready and ain't gonna never be ready. And at the end of the day, ready or not, here the fuck we come. Just like we had to sit up there and deal with y'all bullshit when y'all came. Now, no shade, if we're going to play that game, it's y'all turn. Now y'all having an ego death. And instead of y'all demonizing us, you should be asking us, how the fuck do we survive? Because a lot of y'all not. Like that song says in the beginning, girl, when the weak die off, we will still be here, because now this is about your mind and your emotions. And a lot of us have turned off our emotions, or we're not thinking for ourselves. And I appreciate Amir in a sense. I'm trying to still be progressive. Appreciate Amir having moments of clarity, but I'm gonna need for him to like hit on that more. If you're really trying to help the community, if you're really trying to be, like you said, a person that cares for the community and wants to help the community get back on track. And again, why are you complaining about we need protections when you said that we was cool, we was chilling, you was good? So how you need protection now when you were good? Or is the protection only exclusively for the LGB when it was the TQI that made it possible for the fucking acronym to even goddamn exist? And for the people that be saying, why they keep adding a new motherfucking acronym? Well, maybe if you start loving hoes, motherfuckers wouldn't have to join forces, bitch. They wouldn't have to come over here becoming a motherfucking AI generated fucking 23 character password.
You have a kid say they're trans? Hello. Whole new ball game.
And this is what we mean when we say that the media is the enemy of the people, and that goes for both sides. This news station that has 3 million followers posted this just yesterday. Trump is preparing to bring back gay conversion therapy, which involves physically abusing LGBTQ plus teens. Look at the amount of likes and comments. These comments are thousands of people freaking out. What's actually happening though? There is one woman in the state of Colorado bringing her case to the Supreme Court. What's the case? Whether a law that censors certain conversations between counselors and their clients based on the viewpoints expressed regulates conduct or violates the free speech clause of the First Amendment. Now, why is she bringing this case? It's very important to note Colorado's laws and what they consider to be conversion therapy in the first place. Because yes, you would think that conversion therapy was just what we have known in history to be electric shock therapy, you know, stimulating movies and forcing people to watch shows, forcing people to be physical with others. No, that's not what she's arguing for. In college,
Yeah, that conversion therapy is, no, that's gone. That's not a thing. We're talking about like the talking side. The whole shocking stuff and all that craziness, that's way in the past.
Yes, and again, that talking phase almost made you a past memory.
It is considered conversion therapy to even question a child's sexual orientation or identity, because questioning that decision or that identity can be seen as attempting to change a minor's sexual orientation or identity.
See how it's been co-opted? Gender identity or sexual orientation, they're not the fuck, like, I have no hate to the trans community. I don't. But they're literally different, and we're just throwing everything together. It's so frustrating.
Not only is she arguing, this therapist, that it's not only immoral to not be able to say, hey, you are only 12 years old, what is making you think this? But she's also arguing that it goes against her First Amendment rights, considering the government is telling them what they can and cannot ask children in their session. So for example, if a 13-year-old girl goes into her therapist's office in Colorado and says, hey, I actually think I'm a boy, that therapist, under Colorado law, is not allowed to discuss that claim any further, because that is considered conversion therapy under Colorado state law. And so again, she is arguing that that violates her First Amendment rights.
Exactly. It's all problematic as hell.
And I will also mention that Trump has nothing to do with this case. This is between one therapist and the Supreme Court. Trump has absolutely no part in any of these conversations, and nothing about this case says anything about let's bring back abusing kids. Let's bring back physically abusing kids. You guys do this every freaking day, and it is so incredibly damn frustrating. I don't understand how you are not fucking exhausted of yourselves at this point. You want to know why people aren't focused enough on like real life issues like you want them to be? Because you consistently put out garbage that everyone starts focusing on, even though it's not legit. It's not even real.
Yeah, there's so much garbage out there. Pause. Thank you. Love you guys watching my videos, watching the content, going through things together, having these deep conversations. Thoroughly love it, because we like to get to the core of the issue, look at all sides, and really pinpoint, okay, what's really going on? Because there's dead ass people out there, they just read that headline and like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, bro, chill out. Again, even as someone who's been through all this shit, like, I saw the breaking news and I'm like, hey, what does this mean? What does it mean? I was able to see that and like go through it. But there's people out there that just read these headlines and immediately react.
Then you wonder why people aren't focused on the issues you want them to focus on, allegedly, or they have the attention span of a walnut. You are creating that and then complaining about it. Just a couple months ago, you guys did the same thing when one singular woman wanted to bring her case to the Supreme Court about overturning gay marriage law.
We did a video about that as well. That did happen. There were gays freaking out that gay marriage is just about to be wiped away forever. And we're still here. Nothing happened.
All the Democrats ran with it, saying that it was Trump doing that, even though he had absolutely nothing to do with it. And she was only appealing a decision she already brought to court and lost years prior, because she's a Catholic and a piece of garbage. This is literally verbatim the same situation, and it is so freaking embarrassing for you guys.
It's just, let this be a reminder for us all to calm down when breaking news happens and just process everything going on. Calm down. Read a headline. You may get mad. You may get triggered. You may be hurt. Doesn't matter. Left, right, whatever. You may see a headline and be like, what is this? But that's a good question you're asking. What is this? Look into it. Don't just take the headline for what it is. Don't just take the tweet for what it is. Don't just take the reel for what it is. Actually go through it, listen to dissenting sides, and come to the conclusion of what's actually going on. We all have to do that. Otherwise, you're just living in this clown world, always being reactionary to every single thing happening in the news when nonstop, when actually there's more context to the situation at hand. There just is. And as much as, again, I'm against conversion therapy, I see the arguments that's been made. Morally, I want it gone, but again, we don't open the damn Pandora's box. It's like what we find care, what's not, what's conversion therapy, what's not. It's all just a shit show.
This is coming from a man who, again, when he was reviewing these cartoons with queer inclusivity in it, he would look at the screen and say, this shit pisses me off. Oh my God. You are doing the exact same thing. Now, no shade, I do think that we need to deal with the emotional aspect because I feel like that also supercharges all this bullshit. And to your point, and to her point, there are people who do put out things that are misinformed, that brings forth misinformation and disinformation, or just to rage bait. They are doing it in a capitalistic way to be able to get the engagement and to profit off of that. Or for individuals like myself and others who actually do their research to, again, ask questions and try to figure things out. And again, starting in a basic way that's easier for people to follow, and you go from there in the rabbit hole. A lot of people aren't doing that. But I did. And let's take a look at something really quick. Here, let me go ahead and bring it here to where I'm not in the way. Here, let's talk about the case. Okay, because again, that talked about a particular case that happened. It was just one woman, and her viewpoint and perspective, and you guys are just crazy, and you guys are just, oh my God, to talk about conversion therapy, and y'all just trip the fuck out and then say that Trump is a part of it, and is gonna bring back harmful ass stuff, and y'all just sop it up and eat it. Even though Amir was a victim of talk therapy that made him want to take his fucking life. So there is a level of danger there. And again, there are people who have survived that conversion therapy, which didn't have to happen in the church. It could have also happened in the home, around family members, friends, all that type of stuff. They're seeing the same signs happen. And just like Amir's point, when he was arguing with Mason, or debating with Mason, is one's just one too many, right? It's one's just one too many. Okay, then that needs to be applicable across the board. If we're going to do that, then let's do it fully. Now, when it comes down to that case, it reads, Kaylee, I don't know if it's Childs or Chiles, but I'm going to call her Kaylee C. Kaylee C is a licensed professional counselor based in Colorado Springs, Colorado, who became the lead petitioner in the landmark U.S. Supreme Court case, Miss Kaylee C versus Salazar. Her case challenged a 2019 Colorado law that prohibited licensed therapists from providing conversion therapy to minors, which she argued violated her First Amendment right. So she's willing to provide the conversion therapy, the therapy that is harmful, because again, to Amir, gender-affirming care is harmful, but yet in this case, conversion therapy is not harmful, and this is about trans and queer experiences, again, being interconnected. Miss Mamas don't know the difference between the two, because again, we're going to get into a little bit of her background, because again, just like how y'all try to do background on the queer people and where y'all come from, it's the same thing Mir experienced. Okay, now it says background and professional focus. Academically, she holds a master's degree in clinical mental health. Professionally, she is a licensed professional counselor and addiction counselor who operates at Deeper Stories Counseling in Colorado Springs. Her practice specializes in talk therapy. Again, she specializes in the thing that harmed Amir. For clients dealing with trauma, because that's how you ask gay and trans. Addiction, which manifests the gateway for you to be gay and trans. Personality disorders that make your ass believe that you gay or trans. And gender dysphoria, which your ass was gay and now you're trans. Now this is the part that's very interesting to me. Her religious and political association. She identifies as a committed evangelical Christian. She provides faith-based talk therapy. Does that sound familiar to you, Amir? And believes that individuals flourish. She believes, personally, her goal with this is that individuals flourish. So whatever trauma you dealt with, whatever addiction you dealt with, whatever personality disorders you're dealing with, whatever gender dysphoria you're dealing with, if you just believe that you flourish when living in alignment with God's design, as if though they motherfucking family has not been trying to do this entire time, when there is an inkling or a realization that their children are a part of that gay shit, including their biological sex, this is something that they've always experienced. But now they're just getting it done in a way that seems professional. Now let's talk about financial backing and legal representation, because even though she says that Trump has nothing to do with this, technically, and since that's the word that Amir loves using, no shade, technically he kind of does. Now, Miss Kaylee C is primarily backed and represented by the Alliance Defending Freedom, ADF, a prominent conservative Christian legal advocacy group. Okay. They provide legal representation. The ADF attorneys, including Chief Legal Counselor Jim Campbell, argued her case through the appeals process up to the Court Supreme, girl. What? I'm thinking about a damn Supreme taco. This munchie's kicking in. Process up to the Supreme Court. Financial and strategic backing. Listen to this. The Alliance Defending Freedom funds and manages the litigation. Additionally, the case received support from several conservative and religious organizations, one of them being the Trump administration. It may not have been him personally, but it's connected to him by name. So technically, he does have a part in this. The Justice Department filed a brief in support of Kaylee C, arguing that Colorado was muzzling one side of an ongoing debate. And she has, I think it's called Amika's support. I probably messed that word up, but it is what it is. Her arguments were utilized and supported by groups such as the Americans for Prosperity Foundation and the Mountain States Legal Foundation. Sound more like mountain mandates. Mountain states, mountain mandates. Okay. Now, the Colorado case outcome in March of this year, the Supreme Court ruled 8-1 in favor of Kaylee C, holding that Colorado's ban on conversion therapy, as applied specifically to her talk therapy, again, the same thing that harmed Amir and others, constituted unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. The court determined that counseling conversations are protected speech and that states cannot silence a counselor's viewpoint simply because they disagree with it. The objective, provable outcomes of conversion therapy and gender-affirming care are fundamentally different because, again, this is what Amir is proposing. While conversion therapy is widely documented by major medical bodies as ineffective and harmful, gender-affirming care is supported by evidence that shows it can improve mental health and quality of life for trans and non-binary people. Now, here's a comparison of outcomes and harms between conversion therapy and gender-affirming care. Now, the proven outcomes for conversion therapy is ineffective. There is no robust scientific evidence that exists that sexual orientation or gender identity can be changed. Now, the documented harms is severe, strongly linked to depression, anxiety, PTSD, and 2 to 2.5 times increase in unaliving attempts. Again, Amir is a living testimony. I am a living testimony of that. Gender-affirming care, beneficial. And we're not just talking about the medical or surgical, we're talking about all the aspects of it, the other aspects that y'all continue to conveniently disregard, like the social transitioning and the mental health aspect of it. Okay, research indicates significant reductions in depression and unaliving, as well as improved body image and psychological functioning, and the documented harms are low. It's not perfect. It's not exempt from critique, especially if it's meant to help elevate people's lives. But the way that organized religion and those who are faith-based are trying to do it, they're failing in application, and people get hurt or unalive themselves because of that. But the documented harms are low. Now, no studies have identified significant systemic negative outcomes or harms. Medical risk, like bone density changes, typically remain within normative ranges. Now, I asked, what caused the most harm? Which of the two caused the most harm? Mainstream medical and human rights organizations, such as the American Psychological Association and the United Nations, identify that conversion therapy, as the practice causing the most harm. It has been labeled deceptive, fraudulent, and even a threat to human rights, not a threat to gay rights or lesbian rights or or bi rights, but trans rights and lives, human rights, because it pathologizes natural identities and relies on coercive technique that lead to long-term psychological trauma. And again, there are plenty of studies, plenty of anecdotal experiences, plenty of information out there for you to educate yourself, because Amir says that he wants to see all sides of it and get all perspectives. Really? Really? Now, when it comes down to being a therapist, whether your ass faith-based or not, you swore to uphold a role to help a human being. Your personal beliefs and what you believe, that belongs to you. When you're dealing with a client, you're dealing with them. You've taken the job to deal with people. So you have to deal with people, and it has to be client-led, and the purpose or the thing should be to find what works for the client to the best of its abilities, regardless of what I may believe, as long as it's not objectively harming themselves or others. Now, the pillars of professional therapy, therapists are ethically bound by several core pillars or principles intended to protect clients, as outlined by organizations like the American Counseling Association and the American Psychological Association, okay? One of the pillars is this: autonomy, respecting the client's right to self-determination and their own identity. That's not happening in conversion therapy. Again, like Amir shared, he was forced to go. Parents specifically seek this out for their children. We don't see the children running saying, I don't want to be this anymore on their own accord. It's their parents pushing them. So if you're trying to do professional therapy in a way that helps and that harms, you give your client autonomy, because we're talking about their life. They still got to live once they leave this bitch, as far as the building or the therapy session. Non-maleficence, okay? Do no harm, avoiding any practice, such as conversion therapy, that has been proven to cause injury or distress or worse. Beneficence, I think that's how you say it. Acting in the best interest of the client to promote their well-being and growth. Justice, providing fair and equal treatment to all clients, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And fidelity, honoring the commitments and maintaining a relationship of trust and honesty with the client. None of those things was established in the talking therapy that I endured, that Amir endured, and countless others endured. And unfortunately, now trans youth and trans adults are going to have to endure. Now, again, we use talk therapy, okay? And I wanted to ask some more questions about talk therapy. Can talk therapy be used in a beneficial way? Can it actually help? Can it be transmuted for the good of someone else? So talk therapy, also known as psychotherapy, is a treatment method where a person speaks with a trained mental health professional to identify and change troubling thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that are actually destructive. And now, in the context of queer individuals, it is primarily successful when delivered through not conversion, but through affirmative therapy. An evidence-based approach that validates a person's identity rather than attempting to change it. Now, here are some of the success outcomes for gay and trans people. Research consistently shows that affirming talk therapy leads to positive mental health outcomes. They have mental health improvements. Studies indicate that queer patients receiving affirming therapy show reliable recovery from anxiety and depression at rates similar to or even slightly better than their heterosexual patients. Unaliving prevention for trans and non-binary youth, TNB. Access to affirming care is linked to significant reductions in unaliving, One study found that trans youth who wanted but did not receive affirming care had a 45% attempt rate compared to 14% for those who did. Reduced minority stress, another thing that affects the mental health of queer and trans people. Success is often measured by the client's ability to manage minority stress, the chronic stress caused by societal stigma, discrimination, and rejection. And again, what did we see during Trump's second campaign? Nothing but anti-black, anti-woke, anti-queer shit happening. That's it. And you're expecting these people who's been used as a fucking target to be able to win an election that individuals are now regretting the choice of? They gonna need somebody to blame. And they created the perfect scapegoat, which is us, which is why you feel some type of way, Amir, because at the end of the day, no matter how much you educate, no matter how much you share the information to balance and to have the pendulum swing evenly to the other side, they're not checking in as far as the views is concerned because they don't want to hear about being accountable. Your job is to be able to stop the homosexual shit from rising, from ascending, from being. Let's continue. Now, what makes talk therapy successful? Right? What is the missing ingredient? What is the answer to the $1 trillion question? What makes talk therapy successful? The success of talk therapy for this community depends heavily on the therapeutic alliance, the bond between therapist and client. Because now the client feels heard, feels seen, feel affirmed. And what that does is create a safe space for that client to become more honest. And when they become more honest with the client, a therapist, especially when that therapist is not coming from a biased place and is treating them with human decency and respect, they establish a stronger bond where now we can actually get to the root of some stuff, because now you've created the safe space for you. Now because the therapist has created the safe space and that client has been able to actually say, you know what, I'm making the choice to trust you. And now we can go deeper into things. And that takes time. But the things that make it successful, one of the things is validation. Success is higher when therapists use correct names and pronouns and acknowledge that diverse identities are natural and not pathological. That ends up removing a lot of the guardedness, the anxiety that they may feel, the inner judgment that they probably still deal with because of hearing over and over and over and over again that you're an abomination, that you're this, that you're that you're everything except a child of the Most High, even though the father of the Most High, the father who is the Most High, who care about the cheering girl, care about you, but has a problem with you. But when you actually acknowledge them, it makes them open up more to where you get to see more of their heart, which is what Christ wants, right? Another thing is goal setting. Effective therapy for TNB individuals often focuses on specific goals like navigating a gender transitioning, so helping them in that moment, gaining confidence in gender expression because now they're actually manifesting and evolving, just like a caterpillar inside of a cocoon. It goes through the motions to become a beautiful butterfly. So they're gaining confidence in that gender expression and then improving family relationships, because there are some family members who are going to grieve the identity of their child, even though if you're my parent and you love me, it don't matter what the fuck I am or who the fuck I am. The fact that I'm breathing should be enough, instead of you having to motherfucking pass the hell out on my damn casket. And most importantly, even though all these things are important, most importantly, the foundation of this trust is safety. Successful therapy provides a space where clients do not have to edit themselves or educate their provider about basic queer terminology, because we have to do that every fucking day. As if though we want to do this. We get joy out of doing this. You talk about exhausting. Imagine having to educate every motherfucker you meet because they're ignorant. And even when you ignore them and say, girl, I don't have the capacity today, I don't have it in me today to argue with these motherfuckers, I'ma just keep pumping through, I'ma just keep going through. And these people still fuck with you. They don't never just let your ass walk away. They got to follow you now. Because now when you sit up here and disengage, they choose to continuously engage. Now that we have talked about talk therapy used in an affirmative way, let's talk about talk therapy and psychotherapy, which is currently the most common method used in conversion efforts. Let's talk about that side. Now, while modern conversion practitioners have largely, not all, but largely moved away from extreme physical methods like aversion conditioning, like electric shock therapy, the association with bad scents and smells with homosexuality, just all types of just horrible, heinous, Nazi Germany ass type of like experimentation types things and stuff. They moved away from those things. They now utilize talk-based approaches to attempt to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. So again, the same thing, like I stated, I'm gonna keep reiterating that. The same thing that Amir went through, that I went through, that we almost did not survive, that talk therapy in a conversion aspect. Yeah, they're all moving to that model. Same outcome, different model. They're just trying to find the model that sticks in reference to how can we get rid of these individuals. Now, the effectiveness and outcomes, okay, of conversion therapy, not gender affirming care that we have objectively read, and again, you can study for yourself. I'm not gonna do all your homework, baby, because you're not paying me. Now, if you pay me, girl, I'll do your homework for you. That's how it works. Since we're gonna be capital in this bitch, I'm gonna be capital. If we're gonna play the whole stroll games, girl, you got to pay. But anyway, effectiveness and outcomes, decades of research from major medical organizations like the American Psychological Association, APA, and the American Psychiatric Association conclude that talk therapy used for conversion is ineffective and harmful. Interesting. Well, why is that? Well, for one, it's a failure to change identity. This is the hallmark and the staple when it comes to conversion therapy. All these people who say, oh, I'm not gay anymore, I'm the liver girl, they dick still rise for men. Why isn't it rising for women? Yeah, you having sex with your wife, but do you love her? Do you love that cootie cat? Because again, you're going to have to get very acclimated with that, because your purpose is to bring life into this world, especially from a religious standpoint. But again, failure to change identity. There is no credible scientific evidence that sexual orientation or gender identity can be changed through talk therapy. One large-scale study found that only 3.2% of participants reported a slight changes in their orientations, even slight changes, and those people were probably bisexual, because we keep forgetting that bisexual people exist and that they have the capacity to love both sexes, and that, no shade, regardless of we're being gay or straight, sex is really a lot more fluid than we really believe it to be or give it credit to be. And I'm even willing to admit that, because even though I am gay, I am also attracted to trans men. And even though trans men are biologically female, because of how they show up, I could possibly end up being with someone who is trans. And I'm no shade open to that as far as a trans man. I've even dated somebody who was transitioning as far as a trans woman is concerned. So again, there are people who have the capacity to challenge themselves. And if you can't do that, that's okay. Find what works for you. But stop trying to change hoes who ain't broke in the first place. Documented harms. Research consistently links conversion talk therapy to severe psychological distress, including depression, anxiety, PTSD, and a significantly higher risk of unaliving attempts. Now, LGBTQ plus youth subjected to these practices are more than twice as likely to attempt unaliving. Amir, you know what that feels like, right? Because I do. Then we have patient blaming. This is where conversion therapy fucks up at. Do you see how gender affirming care was operating in a place of love, not force? We're going to allow you, we're going to go by the beat of your own drum and your pace because I'm here to help your ass. And now we're looking at conversion therapy that literally forces you. They do something known as patient blaming. Now, when the therapy fails, because these motherfuckers don't know what they doing, when it fails to change a person's identity, practitioners often credit the failure to the, quote, low motivation of the patient. That it's the patient's fault. You didn't pray hard enough. You didn't consecrate yourself hard enough. You didn't fast hard enough. You still being tempted. It still has a hold on you. You not motivated enough. You don't love God enough. You're not dedicated enough. And these people literally are losing their minds trying to change. That the failure is put on them, which can lead to deep self-blame and shame, which therefore brings forth the depression, anxiety, PTSD, and significantly higher risk of unaliving attempts. Let's continue further. Now, the legal and ethical debate about this, right? The status of talk therapy in this context that Amir provided in this video was recently reshaped by the March 2026 Supreme Court ruling in K versus Salazar. Talk therapy as pure speech. Again, Amir, the therapy that almost had you take your fucking life and have scars of cutting yourself is now being seen as pure speech. The same speech that harmed you, you are now okay with it harming other children like you. The court ruled 8-1 that talk therapy consists of pure speech protected by the First Amendment. This means that while states can ban physically harmful practices, they may not be able to ban counselors from engaging in conversations aimed at changing a client's identity if those clients seek such service voluntarily. That's the part here. If those clients seek such services voluntarily. Do you think these trans children and queer children are voluntarily seeking the advice of someone like Miss Kaylee for talk therapy? Do you think they're really actively looking for that? Or do you believe their parents are the ones that are specifically on the lookout and scouting for individuals like Miss Kayla to change their children? And because we know how harmful that is, they have now found a legal loophole and hope to exploit that to protect the practice, even though it's not, again, connected to the extreme version with shock therapy, damn it. It's still connected on the spectrum to where now the talk therapy is implemented as pure speech. And again, Amir came out his own mouth and shared with us how that affected him. Professional disagreement. Despite this legal victory for practitioners like Kaylee, medical bodies, okay, like the APA, maintain that these practices remain unethical and violate the medical principle of doing no harm. So I hope that for Ms. Kaylee, as she continues to do her therapy, if it gets to a point to where the client says, you know what, I thought that I was okay with this, but I'm learning that I am okay with my gender affirming care, or I am okay with my sexuality, there's nothing wrong with me, that I'm doing my own research, that I'm applying the information that you're giving me and it's not working, that I need to walk in a different way. Is she willing to say, okay, well, since the faith-based part ain't happening, the path ain't happening, can we operate with the gender affirming part? Since that's also been proven, just like how conversion therapy has been proven to be destructive, gender affirming care has proven to be the opposite. Is it perfect? No, but it's doing a hell of a better job than the conversion therapy. So again, a comparison: conversion versus exploratory versus affirmative. Therapy type: goal standing. Conversion, which is reparative, aims for a fixed outcome, changing the person's identity. The standing is discredited by all major medical bodies as harmful. Gender exploratory aims to explore the meaning of a person's identity, often with a neutral or skeptical stance on transition. Highly controversial. Some experts view it as a form of delayed conversion. So again, that social transitioning that Amir threw out there conveniently as a Band-Aid, okay, let's use that Band-Aid. Hopefully it's a good brand, because it seemed like that's the perfect place to start. But even for the other individuals, they don't even see it that way, because they see that, again, as a doorway or a gateway to eventually transitioning medically and surgically. And the reason why they care about that is because they want these people to use their anatomy to bring life into this world. They don't care about the fucking people. They just want to make sure that they have the ability to bring life into this world, because a new human being means more money, more capital, more prospect, more for us, and less for the people contributing. Then we have affirmative, okay, which validates the person's self-identified gender orientation. And the standing is that this is the medical gold standard, proven to improve mental health and reduce unaliving. So I continue to ask questions, and I said in the United States, approximately, how many people are trans in total? It says in the United States, approximately 2.8 million people aged 13 and older. So we're not even talking about the adolescents that Amir is talking about that's getting chopped up. We're talking about teenagers, preteens, becoming teenagers, and older identify as transgender. Globally, population experts estimate that roughly 1 to 2% of the world's population is transgender. So if it's 1 to 2%, when we're talking about globally, imagine that broken down. It's a smaller number. Transgender people or population in the U.S. Recent estimates from the Williams Institute, August 2025, which is the most recent, provide a breakdown by age group. Total, age 13 plus in totality, 2.8 million or 1% of the population. Adults 18 plus, 2.1 million or 0.8% of adults. And this is the part I was like, this is interesting. Youth 13 through 17, 724,000 and 3.3% of youth. Now, within the adult population, identification is split nearly evenly between transgendered women, 33%, transgendered men, 34%, and non-binary individuals, 33%. But then I started to ask and go deeper with the questioning, and I asked, why are there more queer youth than adults? Because that's what they are claiming. Oh my God, it's an agenda, it's an agenda, it's an agenda. Why? It's an agenda. And again, we're looking for the gray areas. We're looking for the objective perspective. The totality of the answer is not in the Bible, girl. It's also outside of it, because if that's the motherfucking case, the Bible is a book of stories of individuals experiencing objective, supernatural things of God, and not just in a book. But anyway, why are there more queer youth than adults? Sociologists and researchers attribute the higher rates of queer identification among youth to several key factors. First is the generational shifts in acceptance. Younger generations, particularly Gen Z and millennials, have grown up in a climate of significantly greater social and legal equality. This environment allows them to explore and disclose their identities earlier and more safely than previous generations. Isn't that the goal, to make sure that the next generation does better than you? That they rise and ascend and achieve greater than you did? Whitney Houston tell y'all, and y'all saying both on and off key, that the children are the future. Teach them well, but also let them lead the way, which means through their leading, they're going to learn new things that even the people they're leading did not learn. It's an evolution, it's a growth. So that's a good thing. Then we have the coming out age, which I was a part of. Today's young LGBTQ plus Americans report coming out nearly a decade earlier than seniors did, reflecting a shift in how individuals navigate their identities during their formative years. I didn't come out of the closet until I was 18 and in my first same-gender loving relationship. That was official. Other than that, I was in the closet and I was dating girls, but I know that I was gay, girl. Even when I dated girls, even when I kissed girls, I never went forward intimately with a female. And if I do, girl, it's gonna have to be a trans man, bitch. I'm just saying, girl, because it's how it is for me. I'm just stating it. But shout out to those individuals who are coming out at earlier ages, because I knew at an early age that I was different. I didn't have the information that the youth have today, to where they can actually put words to shit, so that they don't have to go through depression and anxiety and all these other things that people like myself and Amir went through, because there was no information about this. Let's continue. Visibility and role models, okay? Increased representation in media, education, and politics provides youth with role models and a vocabulary for their experiences that was unavailable to baby boomers, shout out to them, or the silent generation. So fitting the words. So now there's evolution from the silent generation, the baby boomers, and now motherfuckers goo goo gaga, and now they talking, now they understanding, and now they are sustain and maintain and survive and realize. And shout out to Yannick Taylor. They're doing it now. They're living it. Then we have the evolution of identity categories, right? Younger people are more likely to use flexible or expansive labels. For instance, more than half of the queer youth and young adults identify as bisexual, a rate much higher than that of older queer adults. And then you have safety and stigma. Many older queer adults experience severe trauma, such as the HIV/AIDS epidemic or state-sanctioned discrimination, which can lead some to remain in the closet or be less likely to disclose their identity on surveys. So you have older adults who were once young, who dealt with the fucking trauma brought upon them by the dominant society, who now, sometimes like they say, when you get older, you get stuck in your ways, to where now they're stuck, even though an old dog can learn new tricks, no shade, but they're stuck in that way of thinking because of the severe trauma. Look at Walter Lee Hampton. That nigga is obsessed with HIV, so much to the point that the nigga almost manifested himself getting that a few times, which is why he got to change that up, or either he gonna be a part of what the hell he talk about. So shout out to the youth for actually learning, evolving, and being better, and that should be a good thing. That's a pat on the back to the a previous generation that put down and laid down the foundation and did all the groundwork to be able to make sure that the next generation rises and ascends. And for Amir to get his black gay ass on YouTube with the amount of subscribers that he have, that would have not been possible if it wasn't for the trans women that also sacrificed themselves and realized that they were part of the whole shit, so that people like him and I have the ability to do what we're doing today. Is this the last one? This the last slide. So we go with the last slide. So now that we've done that,
15,
let's go ahead and get back into this video here. I'm gonna grab me something to snack on real quick because a nigga a little hungry. But I'm gonna let the video rock out. Y'all go ahead and share y'all thoughts, concerns, and I'll be right back.
The woods for conversion therapy, so I feel like I am well within my right to talk about how the Supreme Court is leaning towards banning it for minors, essentially legalizing it in all 50 states. 23 states have banned this, and the Supreme Court is like, but what about free speech? Free speech for what? For adults to tell kids that they're broken? For adults to tell kids that they need to be fixed? To say, pray the gay away and call it counseling? I was told that I was a demon.
Even that alone, again, me and her been through the same shit. I was 15. Even that alone, like, there's gay, I mean, for me, it was in the church. Like, you can argue that a church is a conversion therapy. You can make that stretch, you can make that argument. Like, I mean, it's not even an argument, there's a lot of conversion therapy happening inside churches. There's a lot of conversion counseling happening in churches, and they're allowed to do that. It's sad, I don't like it, but it's there.
Demon. And that I couldn't come back to church until I figured my shit out. I decided to choose myself over like what these people wanted me to be, and I ended up in foster care and didn't speak to my parents or my siblings for years.
And y'all will be surprised how often that happens too. Like, I know of people who are just not alive right now, because their family was just like, I'd rather you be gone than in my life as a gay person. That's crazy work. Crazy work. And it's like you're literally creating the people. You're creating monsters. Like, you're making people hate you. If you're just yelling down my throat that I'm a problem for just existing, I'm gonna burn and all the things, and that's a whole different conversation. But if you're doing that, don't be surprised when you see a rise of people hating Christians. Like, it's, if you lead with hate, you're gonna get the hate back, sadly. Unless you're dealing with, like, just strong-minded people, I guess.
Is that really what you people want? The same people who are like, protect the kids, are like defending this? What's wrong with waiting for somebody to be 18 if they choose to go to conversion therapy? Let them. Why are we allowing parents to force them into it? This doesn't make any sense.
I'm surprised she said that, but I agree too. Like, if you're over 18 and you want to go to conversion therapy yourself, you have every right to do so. You have every right to do so. And as a parent, you have every right to, you know, get your child involved in religion and the church, and you need to be straight and this and that. And it's so just messy.
Every single major medical organization has said that this is harmful, that it's going to cause more depression and more suicides, and I can tell you firsthand that that's exactly what this shit does. I don't like, you can't force somebody to be straight. You can't teach somebody to be straight. I don't even understand why you would want to. Like, you really want gay men out there competing for your girls? You want me, a lesbian person, going after your man? I could take him, I just don't want to.
Yeah, it's like, and if you're gonna argue, with all due respect, if you're gonna sit here and argue that you can convert somebody from being gay, being a lesbian, you can talk them out of it, then the same can be reversed, and I can talk any man into being gay. You can talk any woman into being a lesbian, and we know that's not the case. Sure, you can be talked into experimenting, but that's different than like, oh, I'm gay or I'm bi or I'm a lesbian. And even then, the whole ex-gay and I'm not gay anymore, you're just bisexual. You're just bisexual. And that's what's sad, is like the harm that I've seen conversion therapy do, mainly all the religious side of things, to people. It's unfathomable. It's disgusting. It is. Like,
I'm back. I'm about to eat.
Like, there's so many, like, literally there's so many people gone for just being gay. So many people who hate their lives, hate themselves. For just, like, existing. Minding our business. It's freaking weird. It's so weird.
If you support conversion therapy, I've got a message for you. Delete me. I'm serious. Delete me, block me, do whatever the hell you need to do, but I do not want you in my life. You are selfish and you never cared about me if you can support such vile things.
And on the other side, you can agree, like the liberal judges that agreed, you can agree with this case, but not agree with conversion therapy. That's possible. Like, I wouldn't have this attitude towards the liberal judges. I see this ruling, and we're about to get into it more with Cade, but we can see the differences and the nuance between that. But in regards to actual conversion therapy for the LGB, it's literally so destructive, so damning, and so wrong. I don't know how much more I can say that. I don't know how much more I can really elaborate on it, other than if you're literally trying to force someone's sexuality, that's so delusional. Full respect to you, like you were trying to raise like a straight king and straight sons and straight daughters, that's fine. But in the event it comes out that they're gay or that they're bisexual, I don't think that needs to be shunned away. I don't need to be thrown in therapy. You can talk to them in ways of like, because I know there's probably concern of parents, and I've talked to some actually, that have said, I'm fine.
Listen to this part.
I'm fine having a gay kid. I'm fine having a bisexual kid, a lesbian kid, but not the modern day LGBTQ community. Not super flamboyant, not gay. I've been told, hey Amir, like, I'd be fine if my kid is gay as long as they're like you. You're kind of gay.
The safe gay, the gay that doesn't make them feel some type of way, that doesn't remind them of their queer phobia. And again, what you experience, you are literally on camera, like being like, I mean, well, they're gonna go through it. I mean, it sucks. Some of them are gonna die. Some are gonna be fucked up, have PTSD. But hey, I mean, I made it. I have scars, and my life is so much better now. But now all of a sudden, your peace and paradise is now threatened because now these people are lumping the LGB with the TQI. And you stuck with us, regardless of what you feel or not. Just very interesting. Very interesting. And if Amir could just take that same level of awareness and just lean it over to the left a little bit to the trans people, then he would probably understand that energetically there is some semblance there. Because if you have trans friends, I'm gonna need for you to bring these trans people on the platform so we can listen to them and talk to them. Because again, you did not mention social transitioning once.
There's ways you can talk to a child that is gay and be like, hey, I get that you're gay, but you don't have to be gay. You don't have to like make it your whole personality, your whole identity. You don't have to watch RuPaul's Drag Race. You don't have to download Grindr. You don't have to be super promiscuous. None of that. You can just exist. It's fine. If you're gay, whatever, but don't fall into this trap. That's fine.
And okay, the same thing can be said for Christians. You don't have to always make everything about the Bible. We don't have to always listen to Tamala Man in the car, girl. We don't always have to pray over our food, girl. You can just calm that down and just exist and just be. But we know how they feel about that. So,
but if you're gonna send them down the route of like trying to pray the gay away, that opens up a lot. But with that being said, let's get into this conversation with Cade and get his perspective. Again, one of the smartest people I know, really great guy, really in-depth conversation about this case, what it means going forward, and you guys get to hear it from a different perspective from someone that is gay, ex-Catholic, really involved in the church, growing up. He has a very cool life, but let's get into that. What's up, guys? So I'm editing this video and I filmed an interview with my buddy Cade, which we're about to get into, talking about this case and everything around it, but this mic wasn't connected for some reason. I don't know why it wasn't, so it sounds like crap, fair warning, but Cade sounds great and looks amazing. Camera's still the same, but this audio from me might sound a little different, and that's why.
A whole lot of fun today. I was on my way to a haircut, saw the news that the Supreme Court had ruled on this case that I've been following for a year, and while getting a haircut was reading the news, and have had way too much fun today reading a lot of pages of documents from the Supreme Court, which isn't generally my idea of fun, but on this case, I've been having fun.
Regarding this case, what is conversion therapy as it stands today, and what's happening now going forward?
Yeah, conversion therapy is an umbrella term that can range from shock therapy, where in the olden days was sort of show someone images of two men while they're hooked up to a battery and you shock them to sort of have this aversion technique. There's versions where people would smell really bad things at the same time as seeing gay activities, and that was meant to go like, your brain goes, well, bad thing happens when I see gay things, so then I won't be gay. And then it sort of morphed over time to much more mainstream or harder to track things. Generally, conversion therapy is going to be defined as actual attempts to change someone's sexual orientation through a variety of modalities. It could be some guy at a Christian summer camp that's just like a crazy counselor that read a book. It could be something to like an actual licensed psychologist. But the central theory of conversion therapy would be people can't naturally be born gay. If someone is gay, we possess the tools to be able to fix them. And with some amount of treatment, we have a high likelihood of changing someone's sexual orientation, is generally what conversion therapy gets defined as. But there are a lot of lawsuits of people defining it different directions. In this case, there are like 7 layers deep of technical terms. Technically, what the Supreme Court did is say this has got to go back down to lower courts, but have a higher evidentiary bar. Because like free speech is a really complicated legal topic. I myself am a free speech absolutist, so I want the maximum amount of free expression in society.
Yeah.
But there's obvious cases like shouting fire in a movie theater, or if someone just like straight up lies on an advertisement, Like, there are things where speech can be regulated. And there's like 4 or 5 main categories of like how high of an evidentiary bar do you need to prove for the government to do something. And the Supreme Court basically dropped it back to the lower courts. The lower courts have got to prove an even higher bar. And so the most likely outcome that both sides agree is that when it goes back to the lower courts, the ban will be struck down. And then that means that no state anywhere will be allowed to ban conversion therapy insofar as it involves talking. So this particular case only regulated licensed therapists. So like you're talking about your pastor or youth minister doing conversion therapy. This law did not attempt to ban that because you would have real free speech considerations.
Right.
You can still publish books about how to do conversion therapy. And even licensed therapists under these laws, which are in about 20-ish states, they could go to the most anti-gay convention in their free time. They could say the worst possible things about gays in their free time. And if a patient brought it up to them, they can go, yeah, being gay is terrible. All it meant is that if you have a kid and a therapist says, you know, for like $2,000, we can make little Jimmy straight. They can't promise that. They can talk to little Jimmy about where is this confusion sexuality coming from? Could this be related to trauma? Do you want to abstain from gay relationships? Let's talk about faith into the conversation. All of that perfectly fine. None of that was affected. All it was is like, you can't put up a billboard of like $39.99, like one of those telemarketer commercials, you know, for 2 payments. And but wait, there's more. No infomercials to making your kids straight. You could make infomercials theoretically for adults. You could do an entire camp just for 19-year-olds. But with kids, call to recognize that kids shouldn't have these like crazy, irreversible, psychologically damaging things when kids aren't able to consent to something that raises suicide levels like through the roof.
Right.
We don't want that. And so the state banned that. And then this therapist said, nah. And yeah, that's a lot of moving parts to this case, but generally speaking, yeah, the bans are banned.
That's interesting in itself because there's a lot of gay people right now freaking out, especially on the left. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. One, it's not changing that much, it seems. And then 2, you're saying you're against conversion therapy, which, I mean, as someone who's gone through it, I am morally, but I kind of understand the whole free speech thing. So it's like, I would just rather us not promote that or do that. But also the same people saying this is horrible and we shouldn't be like sending kids to conversion therapy is promoting the transgender ideology on children and pushing therapists to accept whatever the child is saying that they are, and eventually for some people pushing them down the route to medically transition. And I feel like that is a form of conversion therapy, and it legalized and perfectly fine conversion therapy that we're seeing more often with the trans kids.
Yeah, and I think conversion therapy and these laws work 2 directions.
Now, before they go into the, excuse me, 2 directions, again, we already broke down what the hell, the difference between gender affirming care and conversion therapy. And again, you are an individual that received conversion therapy in reference to talk therapy, and it was detrimental to you at a young age. So there are children who are going to go through that. And again, for you to be an individual that went through that and you're just so nonchalant about it, that's like, wow. Like, I understand that people get over stuff, but it's like, you would think that if this shit caused you harm and you see that it caused other people harm and you can agree morally that this is wrong, but they have free speech. Yeah, but that free speech also physically affected you, mentally affected you, emotionally and spiritually at the time affected you, to where to release the pain, you started to self-mutilate. And no shade, but I just feel it in my spirit, girl. That's probably why you're also against the surgical aspect, and why, well, you're over here, either trans adults mutilating themselves. Well, you was kind of mutilating yourself when you went through your stuff, and that's not throwing shade. That's just an objective reality. Since we're going to call an ace and a spade, it makes a little bit more sense to me on why you would be so against the trans experience. But for you to make that assumption, I can understand if there were children saying, I'm not trans, I don't want to be trans, I don't want to be trans, I don't want to be that at all, let me go, I'm cisgender, and they're saying, no, you have a cisgender demon inside of you, no, you're gonna force you, and we're gonna transition you, no, you can't tell anyone, like, damn Art the Clown is the doctor in the background, and Michael Myers is the receptionist. Again, with gender affirming care, they are following the lead of the client, and you're saying the client doesn't know what it wants to do. And again, you could have saved us so much time, effort, and energy in this video if you would have just brought in, okay, y'all, well, the remedy is social transitioning. Boom. Class, any questions? That would be perfect. But of course, you didn't mention that. You only used it as a convenient talking point, and now that I have harped on that talking point, because I can agree with that and see that being a great great starting point. You didn't bring it up at all. What's going on, Queen Spicy? You didn't bring it up at all. And it's crazy. It's like, yeah, conversion therapy is happening. It sucks. Oh my God, I hate that that's happening. Oh my God, whatever the case may be. You're saying all of that as a survivor of that, who you said to us that you almost did not make it because of that. And you're literally bringing another person on to explain how damaging conversion therapy is, but it's only just damaging against the LGB, as if the TQI don't go under the same level of motherfucking perspective when it comes down to all of this being gay shit. You really seem like when it come down to conversion therapy, when it come down to trans people, that, oh, you're the wrong gender, so God has to restore you to the correct gender. The same way that they said for us as gay men that we have to be restored to our natural factory settings of being heterosexual, because our job is to bring life into this world, and that's it. That's why it's like this public version of Amir, it's like, bro, this public version is a hell of a sellout. A sell out, and it be affecting the personal Amir, I gotta believe. Little Amir is crying on the inside for help. Can somebody please, again, go get I'm about to say get Nurse Joy. This ain't Pokemon. I'm about to say go get Miss Honey. Somebody distract Miss Trunchable with some shit, girl. Somebody stab a tire, girl. Somebody call her sir, bitch, misgender her ass so she can chase you down the hall, girl, and save little Amir, who's inside of Miss Trunchable's choky.
Which is that if you send your kid to therapy and they're 14 and confused about their sexuality or gender, you don't want a therapist coming in willy-nilly and saying, like, no, if you think you might be the opposite gender, you absolutely are. Here's the referral to, like, start surgery. And if the kid's like, I don't know if I want to do that, and the therapist is like, no, trust me, you absolutely want to do this. And then they go, and I can make sure, there's some crazy parents out there that might pay to, like, purposely make their kid, non-binary or whatever. Yeah. These laws work both directions, which means, like, the super, like, archetypal woke therapist can't bring a lot of their values into the therapy session in the same way that a ultra-conservative, I can make your child straight type of therapist can't bring that in without the client's consent. And so ideally these things work both ways. I think the thing that the Supreme Court is really looking at in this case is the speech of a therapist speech, which is to say, like, if we regulate this practice, do we have to prove, like, this sort of, like, really high bar to say that the government has a really compelling interest in it? The thing here is that if you're a licensed individual working in your formal capacity, like, we do want their speech regulated. Like, if I go to the therapist and say I'm struggling with X, Y, and Z, I don't want the therapist to be able to say, I got free speech, kid's struggling with X, Y, Z, and say that on the news. Or you go to the doctor, and they've been bribed by a pharmaceutical company. You don't want them to be able to say and lie to you about medication and the effects.
Right.
And what this state was looking at here is, well, what sort of speech is this? And it seems like the Supreme Court is saying any sort of spoken words by a licensed therapist in a clinical setting is expression, which means we have to have a really high bar. But, like, that's not how we do the rest of the field. And that's where Pandora's box is going to be opened. Because if you're, let's say, a Scientologist, and you have all these quacky ideas about religion and psychology and you're a licensed therapist, can you bring those beliefs in? And the answer would be like, I hope as a licensed individual they can't just bring in those ideas without me wanting, is ideal. And this law allowed this therapist in this case could still bring up faith, could talk to people who don't feel at home in their body but want to feel at home in their body, people who don't know where their same-sex attraction comes from. She's allowed to engage all those conversations. If the client says, I want to live by these conservative religious values, she is 100% able to do it under this law. And the state did not try to take her license away. So to answer your question, sort of, we want these laws to go both ways, where therapy is regulated by licensed individuals and they can't just say whatever they want because they feel like it in either direction.
And no shade to that regard. If you're saying that in the example of a child possibly wanting to transition, and we're going to the extreme of medical and surgical, again, being paid off, payola, corrupt, whatever the case may be, just get the money, whatever the case may be, whoop-de-whoop. That if the child, the client, says that I do not want to do this because they have full autonomy when it comes down to these sessions, if that's the case for trans people, is that going to be the same case if somebody is going to conversion therapy, not by their own choice, but the choice of their parents? Is that therapist going to say, can I talk to your child without the parents present, please? And ask the child, before we go forward, I know that this is faith-based, I just want to make sure, how do you personally feel about this? Do you feel safe? Do you feel like this is being forced on you? Because if we're going to ask the questions, where did this come from? Well, how did we get here? You also have to make sure that that person is safe in that space. And a lot of them are not safe because their parents are making them go. They're not choosing to go on their accord. They're being told to go, being forced to go. We have just listened to videos of people, and Amir himself, talking about how he was forced. But now all of a sudden, this is all just voluntary now. We just want to talk to the people who are voluntarily stating that they don't want to be trans anymore. And if that's the case, where's the proof? Because again, if she can do what she do, she has the burden of proof of providing that her way of doing things or her perspective is actually helpful and not harmful. And I guess we'll see. Unfortunately, to the detriment of queer youth.
It's really complicated, and I think in this case, the Attorney General in Colorado sort of fell into the trap of it's either pro or anti-religion on this discussion. But like one of my good friends here in Denver is a PhD conservative Catholic therapist, works in the state, actually created the American Psychological Association's approved protocol for when adults or kids come into the therapist's office and go, I'm attracted to men, but I want to live in congruence with my religious values and not act on that. There is an approved protocol for someone who is deeply religious, doesn't want to act on those things, and that is all allowed. And actually, it's my conservative friend who created that. And she's one of the people that filed a brief in this particular Supreme Court case saying, look, I don't want, this isn't about religion, because no religion requires conversion therapy. Certainly there's religions that say, we can't have gay marriage, or you shouldn't act on same-sex attractions, or if you're experiencing gender dysphoria, you shouldn't always transition, or like those are religious ideas. This bill is saying those are all on the table. You just can't promise to change someone's sexual orientation, or if a client doesn't ask for it, you can't go in and say, we can have this outcome. Because if you go into therapy as a couple, and the therapist says, I can guarantee that you're going to be together at the end of this, a therapist isn't allowed to do that. Or if someone comes into the office and goes, I'm only going to do therapy if you can guarantee I'm going to lose 30 pounds. Or I'm only going to go to therapy if you guarantee that I'll never have anxiety. But you can bring those up. You can have a clinical discussion about them. You can work towards them, but you can't promise those particular things. And so in this case, the Attorney General sort of fell into the culture war trap of it.
Before we go forward, if that is the case, then that means that the conservative people, if that is the case, and they're going to follow the rules and the law, then that means that even though their personal belief that God can do anything would fail, But when that application of that saying actually falls through and this person does not want to change, is that therapist going to be okay with that? Because again, now we're dealing with people who are saying that they are connected to something that has dominion over everything. Even free will, it has dominion over it, which is why my judgment can come through. So if you're saying from a religious place, hey, I can tell you where this came from. We can have deeper conversations about trauma, abuse, if you want to go far, demons, whatever the case may be. All of these things that we can explore. And you have people that say, I want to explore. There are plenty of ex-gay people who made the choice to go to conversion therapy. Hello, Exodus was the largest one. These adults weren't forced by their parents. They went, some dealing with the spirit of expectancy that is going to be me, And you had people who were the poster children who literally, after 2 decades, came out and stated that they were lying the entire time. What do you think that does to the faith? Can you imagine the blow that organized religion had to take when those individuals came out and said what they said? And then again, like we read earlier, goes back to victim blaming. Oh, well, they're lying. They're the ones that have been playing the whole time. They're the one giving us a bad name. They were never Christian anyway. I literally had somebody comment underneath my video earlier. Well, my commentary was, I think it was We Need to Talk podcast. And they left something along the lines of, oh, you say you're a follower of Christ because I talk about Christ consciousness. You're a follower of Christ. Do you believe what the Bible say? Because if you believe that being gay or whatever is okay, then you're not a real Christian. Again, we just saw Nick Jones in the last live state that you're not a real Christian until you consummate your body, your passion together to procreate and bring forth a child. That's the main argument that is used against queer people. So you know it's going to be used against trans people, especially those who do go down the surgical route. Because now the only value that you've had to this society, you are choosing to not participate in, at least not in the conventional way, or you are doing things as far as gender reassignment surgery that prevents you from having that experience of bringing life into this world. Which motherfuckers don't have to bring life into this world. There's plenty of life in this world that y'all don't care about. Plenty of children in the foster care system that y'all don't care about, that is used and abused and trafficked all around the goddamn country and low-key around the world. But whenever a queer family or queer parents come through who are in a place and a space to make the choice to have a kid, not have an uh-oh moment and regret it for the rest of their life. They made the conscious choice and planned for that to happen. Now they'll be able to have the capacity to give to that child what the originators of that child, as far as procreation is concerned, failed to give. Let's go back to the conversion therapy talk.
Against a very large ultra-conservative legal group. And went to the Supreme Court with the legal argument that gay people are cool and amazing, which I agree, but it turns out that's not case law anywhere, versus no religion has anything to say about this, so freedom of religion doesn't apply. And actually we know that conversion therapy makes kids less likely to be religious as they grow up and to leave religion. Yeah. Conversion therapy separates kids from their parents, because a lot of conversion therapy is saying, you know, your dad or your mom was distant or overbearing, and they caused you to be gay. So at this vulnerable time, when you have teenagers in religious circles, the parents are being preyed off of by these conversion therapists promising outcomes that unknowingly these well-intentioned parents end up alienate their kids from their parents, from their churches, and these children now suffer lifelong consequences. And we want religion to be respected, and actually we want strong churches, we want strong families, and so we want to ban conversion therapy. The Mormon Church agreed.
Before he gets into that, and no shit, I'm about to lose my damn thought. What did he say? Damn, I should just pause it right then and there, because we almost done, y'all.
Therapists promising outcomes that unknowingly these well-intentioned parents end up alienate their kids.
Oh yes, when we were reading earlier with the slideshow about conversion therapy and gender affirming care and the actual objective manifestations, the results of that, one of the things that gender affirming care was helping, especially with those who are transitioning, is developing better family bonds. Because now you are showing up in this evolved version of yourself. So it's like getting to know motherfuckers all over again. And now you got to deal with people who have to also deal with the social stigma, the emotions that come with that social stigma that they now have to endure because they are connected to you. They are your parent. They are your sibling. They are this. They are that. But you have the opportunity to create a relationship, because if you love me, it doesn't matter how I show up. So if my ass was in a car accident and couldn't walk, would you love me less? If fucking battery acid was thrown on my face, would you love me less? If a nigga was motherfucking impotent, I think, or whatever the case may be, you couldn't have children or whatever, girl, would you love me less? It's all these conditional aspects, and we wonder why people deal with mental health issues, especially in the queer community, as if though these people are living large and just living better than everybody else. Bitch, where? Bitch, where? I wanted to pause there and just mention that aspect. Let's continue.
From their parents, from their churches, and these children now suffer lifelong consequences. And we want religion to be respected, and actually we want strong churches, we want strong families, and so we want to ban conversion therapy. The Mormon Church agreed with this particular ban. In Utah, it was actually unanimous. Every single Republican, every single Democrat voted to ban conversion therapy.
Wild.
And the Mormon Church said, yeah, we want to ban conversion therapy. And the Mormon Church is not pro-gay marriage. In fact, they don't want any of their members to engage in same-sex activity. And even they're able to recognize we need to ban conversion therapy because it actually harms both liberals and conservatives and everyone in between.
Yeah, it doesn't work for and it just there's no net positive outcome. It seems like across the board, to the point where Republicans are like, this should just be banned, and all the really hyped up religious people. So in wrapping this up, what is something you want to leave, I mean, gay or straight, like any gay person out there watching this video right now, what's next?
Why you ain't asking him about social transitioning?
That's a great question, and I think one that everyone is bracing for, because the overarching news is that there's now a ban on the bans of conversion therapy. What technically happened is this gets dropped down to a lower court. The lower court's got to re-adjudicate the case at a higher evidentiary burden. And it seems like the justices, I just read through all of the documents, seem to think that anything that is spoken and involves someone's values is now speech. And I worry about doctors being able to lie or to tell people to go for particular treatments. I worry about these conversion therapists' ability to promise things to well-intentioned parents. I think sort of there's this allure to conversion therapy, which is understandable, which is, I'm either confused about my sexuality or I don't like it. And I think everyone goes through that phase.
Right.
And there are stories of people who no longer experience same-sex attraction. I think sexuality can be fluid. Like, people do report changes over the course of their lifetime. But there's a difference between sexuality being fluid over time and being able to actually change sexuality in one particular instance.
Yes.
And it gets into really bad territory. Like, I remember reading all these books on how to do conversion therapy to myself, and it's like, it was caused by trauma, and so if I can get rid of the trauma and I can do more masculine things, this thing will go away. And it sells people on this false hope, which is, you can be happy once you get rid of your same-sex attraction.
Yes.
As someone who was deeply conservative Catholic, all I wanted to be in life was to be married or to become a Catholic priest, studied for many, many years. I kept waiting to love God or to be happy in religion until I could be straight. Versus I think even a conservative view of religion is that God loves you as you are. He might call you to a higher standard, which is not act on it. And these bands don't want to get in the way of any of it. And I know people who've spent $50,000 on conversion therapy and it doesn't work. Parents get guilt tripped into, well, if you're a really good religious parent, you're going to send your kids to this therapist. They're no longer gay. People get guilt tripped. It's like, man, it's so many false promises. They don't work. All the studies show that the suicide rate doubles the levels of anxiety and depression. Actually leaving religion
I would have
goes through
clocked
the roof.
out. If that would have went any longer, I would have just been gone. Like, sorry, deuces. I can't handle this.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And like we want people to bring up religion. We want to be able to have these conversations as a society. And I don't think that like once somebody says, I'm attracted to men, we're gonna have what's the one fake TED Talk of state enforced homosexuality?
Yeah.
We don't want that. You don't have to be gay. But these narratives, whether you think they're good or compelling or whatever they are, they end up in harm and people not able to have these conversations, even when they're well-intentioned. So I really just caution people against promoting the narratives of what causes homosexuality, how to get rid of it, promises, especially from licensed individuals to get rid of it.
Right.
And even at the end of the day, if you say, look, I really believe in this thing, we know that as an adult under these bans, you can still go to conversion therapists who sell conversion therapy. One of the main guys who also filed a brief in this case, who leads a really, really large conversion therapy network across the U.S., the state of California cleared him of doing conversion therapy. The state went, yeah, no, you're not even affected by this law. And he's like the worst of the worst. So like,
Wow.
This law isn't about religion. This law isn't about conversations. This law isn't about anything other than we want to make sure that children at a vulnerable time in their life are not suckered into narratives and promises that will only crash and burn and destroy churches in the process. There's this idea of like big woke is wanting to take over the world. The tyrannical LGBTQI, LMNOP, LGTV like lobby is powerful. But in this case, we had 60 briefs in favor of the conservative therapist and 20 briefs in favor of banning conversion therapy. And we were outspent by multiple millions of dollars. Like actually the money in this case is for the conversion therapy lobby. The legal groups and the sort of pressures on this case are from these ultra conservative groups. This is not a case of like the evil.
The ultra conservative people, like the Trump administration, who I don't think they financially contributed something, but they showed their allegiance and gratefulness of doing a good job, basically being affirmed by the president to be like, yep, pay attention to them. This is where the money at. And he's talking about again how they were beat by millions of fucking dollars.
Big bad woke Subaru driving Colorado lesbian government trying to like stomp out this therapist. This is a calculated campaign with people that make money off of conversion therapy, wanting to have that stay.
Wanting for it to stay.
I want those to be
wanting
regulated.
people to just keep going through it and just enduring the hardship when it like doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of people who aren't here anymore because of conversion therapy. There are empty spots in our pews at church. There are empty desks at our schools. There are empty places at our workplaces with people who wanted to seek the Lord, who wanted to be religious, who got promised things that could never be delivered and that we know objectively can't be delivered.
Yeah.
And they're no longer here because of that. I want people, whether they're wanting to get into a gay relationship or to never be in one, I want those people alive. I want them to be happy. I want them to be healthy. I want them to engage in conversations and talk to psychologists who are going to respect their values. Absolutely. These laws allow for it. I just don't want empty spots at our pews because somebody was sold something that they could never deliver, or were told they could only be a member of that church if they became straight, or God only loves them if they're straight.
Yeah, if they go out and seek the conversion therapy and the guy's like, yeah, we can do this, like, be holy in the church, you get a wife and kids, yada yada. And then they go pay all this money to this therapist, this conversion therapist, and then nothing comes out of it, and it's like, well, sorry, but you're really gay, and then who knows what happens. But if anything happens with this case, I'll definitely loop you in and have you on the channel again to talk about it.
Yep, and my ass will be right here to give commentary on that mug because, again, I can understand why this video, as far as Amir's video, it's at 50,000 views. That's low for him because, again, you gave context and nuance about something that affected you, but you are failing to realize that the same thing that affected you is going to affect trans people, and you're speaking for that to happen. You're giving these people the ammunition to harm them first so they can come back and finish what the hell they started with us. Because we have the mitigated gall and the nerve to survive and to grow from it. But let's take a listen to Amir's final thoughts and then we'll be done. I was not expecting to be live this damn long, but damn it, we here.
Right, so with all of that being said, and my story, all the different perspectives, reactions, conversation with Cade, what do you guys think below? How do you feel about conversion therapy?
I think that you sat here and you were trying to speak one position, and yet your other talking points where the gray area was put holes in your previous talking point as far as gender affirming care being equal to conversion therapy. Because again, you didn't even bring up social transitioning, which would have been the perfect gray area for children or even adults who may be trans. It gives them an opportunity to literally explore. But individuals like Kaylee, the individual in that case, like we saw with Rashad Verme, they believe that these people's gender identity and sexual orientation can be changed through God. And God can do anything and everything but fail. But now y'all saying that God is failing and delivering these people when they've been promised that God is going to make a change if they pray hard enough. And then y'all wonder why there's empty pews.
You see what I'm trying to say regarding how conversion therapy is a little different from like the LGB versus the TQ plus? Do you see how like this ruling made sense? But let me know your thoughts below. But off the bat, anyone out there still watching right now, one, am bummed right now. My mood is definitely, y'all probably know. If you watch me, you know I'm like acting weird right now because it is weird. It's a weird topic. It's traumatic. It's like just dark.
And imagine what the trans youth is going to have to deal with. And how if they become adults, when their turn comes for them to experience what the fuck we about to experience again as adults, they gonna get triggered. They gonna remember shit that happened to them in the past. And the fact that you're triggered by this and you're not trying to do anything to also dig deeper to see if these individuals really care about people for real or if they're grifting off of it. But I mean, you kind of been grifting off of stuff, so I mean, hey, maybe
like me.
Spade recognize another spade.
A dark time. And I feel bad for anyone being encouraged to go through conversion therapy. But I also feel bad for all the trans kids who are being told they're trans and they're like being neglected to care, but it's only because of the bad parenting. And it's just so much. It's all just so annoying. It is. Anyways, if you're out there right now and you are someone, again, that is straight and you just want straight kids or normal, if they are gay, a normal gay kid, there's ways you can go about that. But I highly advise against conversion therapy. Hello. Completely against that. And if you are someone that is gay that has also gone through conversion therapy, let me know your thoughts below on your experiences and what you've gone through and things that you've heard. And then outside of that, outside of this whole video, I guess I will go this time. I will go along the lines of it's the same thing I say in every other video. It's called going through it for a reason. You're not stuck there. You will survive. I knew that when I was going through all the different conversion therapy and having all these different conversations, I knew that time was limited. I knew that things would get better. It was hard. Like I said, I have the marks and shit. Like it was hard. But I just had to have faith. I had to have like this imaginable concept of what life could be and just stick to that and know that I will and can get out of this rut that I was in. And I did. And you can too.
You're gonna give us all this quote unquote information and then tell them basically, may the odds be ever in your favor. The fucking Hunger Games are about to start and we hope that your ass make it through. This public persona of Amir Odom is problematic. very problematic. Because again, you can see it when it's you and your experience, but you lack that awareness for other people. We're definitely going to see what it gives. Because again, all these things are popping up, and these are not coincidences. They told us exactly what they were going to do. They told us what they were really going to do, not what they were selling to the people with the short attention spans, or like the homegirl said, of a walnut, or as I say, a river shrimp. But for the people that actually take the time out to read things, figure things out, explore things. Those individuals were able to acquire a greater level of awareness and knowledge. And when they did, they realized that these people low-key were telling on themselves about what they're going to do. And they are doing that. Very, very, very covert. One little bill over here, one little thing over there, and eventually it's going to become a fucking wildfire. And again, we know this historically speaking, and we can't even change the fucking past because y'all want to operate like how it's been in the past, but y'all expecting a different result. Aren't we supposed to do something different? Aren't we supposed to implement things that are challenging, that are evolutionary, that are radical as far as transformation in the best way possible for all people? And I do believe love, decency, and respect is a very good place to start. So Amir, I appreciate the video clips, but we gonna need more work from you. You got the money and the resources and the connections to be able to connect with dope ass editors. Some people over at PragerU with that detransition documentary, they did they fucking big one. But of course, these people are used to the media production aspect of things, girl. They're used to creating propaganda, so they're gonna be good with it. But you can't reach out to them and ask them, I need you to help me make this dope ass video essay in reference to social transitioning so that we can stop the medical and surgical transitioning. But if you were to say that, they're going to look at you crazy like, what do you mean? Because individuals like Kaylee and others who believe in conversion therapy, gender, social transitioning is just a evolutionary step in the whole homosexual thing. They have stated this. They have said this multiple times. Even you have Freudian slips and you say it. All right, y'all. I'm about to go. It's about to be 5 o'clock in the morning. I was not expecting it to be this long. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Make sure you hit that like button, okay? If you like the vibe, subscribe. Anything I said in this live that you agree with, disagree with, make sure you go ahead and screenshot the screen record. Or hell, you can use my content. You can download it and play the whole thing. Or hell, any of my content on your platforms. Just let me know. Or tag me, shall I say, at BubzDaGawd so that I know that it's real. And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit that Cash App, $Conscious TV, and that's with a Z. Put in the message for BubzDaGawd, because if not, the bitch will be eating or spending that my shit on her hair. Okay? Thank y'all so much. And until next time, everybody, peace.
I can be anything I choose in this round. We are a sound vibration too deep to tell.